Testing. So, okay, audio is going straight out to you. not sure if that's from the onboard camera or from the.
Is it the same level? Oh yeah, it is. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Both running together, and I've got speaker cam audio all the way up. Skrrt! Like, it might be cutting off a little bit early, or just getting just partial audio. Testing 1, 2, 3. speaker can. And then you should be able to hear me here. Not the real test yet. Okay, now this is the real test because this is how everything should sound.
Good.
Excellent. No echo or anything.
No, not like it.
How was that? I heard that coming out. What? People with wheelchairs need to get through to this accessible area. And I thought, what's your idea to just... Because you've got people to come up here as well.
It was just to stop it being the random walkthrough that it usually is.
Well, that's why I set up over there.
That was more the point when we had to set up with the
Exactly. I
laptops. So.
visualised this spot in my mind for 2 years.
Wow, why didn't you share that? Then we'd have all been on the same page. How's it going? Is it all looking good?
Yeah.
Happy? Audio?
Oh, I think I'm still going out. I don't know. Yeah, I am.
yet.
This isn't on. Switch on, but I'm getting nothing. Unless you can tell me that it's...
Yeah, I think you're good.
Hello? Is that working? Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, everyone, just settle down. We'll kick things off. Thanks, Andy. Wow, that went super quiet, super quick. Does anyone mind if we grab a selfie? Is there anyone that doesn't want to be in a picture? All right, if you cover your face or something. Perfect. Thank you very much. Filled the room again. Welcome. BSides 2025. We've had a year's break and we are back. Where do we start? Thank you. See you later. It's an awesome turnout, as always. Yeah, we've got 2 full days of awesomeness in front of you. We will run through a few housekeeping bits before we kick off. I'm trying to keep us on time. Red shirts, as always, are your friends. If it's a red shirt, red badge, you need anything at all, you come and find one of us and give us a shout. We've got pretty much everything here. We can point you to the bathrooms. We've got mental health first aiders. We've got all kinds of bits around. So give us a shout if you need those things. Emergency evacuation procedure is posted on most of the doors. It is really an exit out through the doors, and the assembly point is out on the grass out to that side. Bathrooms and breakout, if you haven't found them already, just out the door, turn left down the stairs. There's some there. There are some further ones down that side to the right, and there are some behind us next to the cafe area. Margaret River Roasting Co. is providing the coffee, so say thank you, grab them, say hello, grab a coffee, that's all good. Lunch, we've got the usual pizzas coming. Please be patient with us. 2 years ago, this was a pain point because they came in 2 batches. Please don't be sad if you've got to wait for a pizza slice. They will appear. Don't grab an enormous box and go and sit under a tree with it as soon as the first ones arrive. It's not cool. Have a slice or 2, wait for the next batch, but they are awesome pizzas. And the usual mix of vegetarian, vegan, gluten-free and everything will be in there. Schedule is online. If you want to see the schedule, it's pretty dynamic on a mobile screen. Just go to bsidesperth.com.au, hit the schedule button, hit the link, and it will pop up on screen. We've got it here as well, but don't come and stand at the front for it. Sponsors, this has been a super tough year to get kind of organised. Tech has been hit a little bit this year. Businesses have got smaller, people have been laid off, everyone's chanting about AI kind of taking all our jobs kind of thing. It made it super difficult to get sponsorship, so for those that did, say thank you. Most of those people are around here today. Literally within the last few weeks, we've been running around because as people came in and gave us bits of cash, we've been able to go and get things like lanyards and shirts and speakers and all kinds of things. So say thank you, appreciate it. I will stop this from doing that. So UWA, as always, thank you for those. They sort us out with the venue. We always get an internal sponsor as well, which makes the venue a little bit cheaper, makes this happen. For those that have never run an event in Perth, and I've had this conversation a few times this morning, if you want to go from this size to the next size, you are looking at an exhibition centre or the Optus Stadium or something crazy. It takes the cost from 10,000 to 15,000 to 80,000 plus, and you have to have their coffee. It's not very nice coffee, and it puts it up by about another 30 to 40k just for coffees and bits over the weekend. So we're kind of happy here for the moment. The wait list is huge, so we're going to revisit if we get a bigger venue in the future. We'll see how that pans out. What else have we got? Infosect. Thank you so much. Silver sponsor came on board, really made this kind of, kicked it off and happened, got in early as well, which really helps us get things moving. For those that have run conferences and bits before and you want to do things like the t-shirts, the badges, all of those things, you need cash to get in. You need to be able to lock in a venue so that it's actually real and people believe that it's going to happen. So anybody that comes in is amazing. Horizon 3 came in, I think, about a month ago and really helped us kind of get some momentum behind things. Securo as well. I know that they've got a booth outside. They've come in from kind of Bris and Victoria, so say hi to everyone, pass on your thanks. And a heap of supporters that came in, some of these in the last week or so, just to help us sort out things like lunches and coffees. It is not easy to get a good coffee or a lunch around here. We're a little bit distanced from everything else. So all of these people really helped to make things happen, and they've got our deepest kind of thank yous, so appreciate it. The badge. Tim's going to talk to you about the badge. So it's flat at the minute. Everyone's got commentary on the badges. Previously, you put components on things and they stick out a bit and scratch people. And there are component packs for those that want to go away and build the badges. No.
I was just trying to pause it.
No, it's cool. Okay. It's cool. Tim, tell us about the badge.
Yeah, so for those of you who are here in person, you've got your physical badge. There are component kits that you can collect at the registration centre or registration desk. They come with a ESP32 clone, a LCD screen, and a handful of passive components. It does take a little bit of soldering to put the physical badge together. It probably takes about 10 to 15 minutes. Very easy. If you've never soldered before, give it a go, because there's not much that can go wrong. Yeah, famous last words, right? Yeah. If you do have any trouble, come see me. I'll be around. For those who are watching on the live stream or aren't ambitious enough to put the badge together, there is a virtual version. In fact, it's the same badge, but it's hosted through a web browser. And so you can go to badge.bsidesperth.com.au to access it. It's basically a game, and there is all sorts of things in the game. There's hidden cheats, Easter eggs, and a few bits and pieces. So yeah, check it out. Thanks.
Cool. Thanks, Tim. Tim has spent months putting these together and prototyping them and getting the boards. So if you're happy just with the badge around your neck, that's all good. We've got a couple of hundred of the component packs for people that want to tinker about with them, and cables as well. So they'll power off your laptop, probably off your phone. So have a play. Like he says, he didn't use micro components because soldering those is no fun. It's all bigger pieces. So have a bash. We'll set some solder stations up in a little while. And now the rush has died down, we can probably start to give out the component packs at Rego as well. Physical lock sport. CCX have helped out this year. Sorry, CyberCX, give them the full name. Physical security challenges, lock challenges. I think there's a bit of a competition as well. Speak to Evil D or have a chat with the guys over on the desks. They are set up out in the foyer at the bottom of the stairs. And the CTF, so ASD, ACSC have helped out with some IO-based CTFs for this year. There's a couple of challenges on there with several steps, but if you go to bsidesper25.ctfd.io, you will find the challenges. Obviously, the registration code is West Side, Best Side. We mostly know that. Their choice, not mine. Have a play with that. If you've got any questions, Dave will be around for a while, or hit myself up at some point. And the wildlife. So every year we kind of have a bit of fun with the badges and choose an animal. We started off in 2017 with the cow hidden away. 2018, the shark was pretty popular. 19 brought the black cockatoo. Evil Quokka 2021. The emu was pretty popular in 23, but I've got to say my favourite this year is Cyber Echidna, who's he's looking pretty cool. Good thing about these is they do make a pretty awesome sticker, and everyone knows we love stickers. So yeah, grab your badge, grab your stickers, grab your t-shirts and bits. Rego desk will be open later, so I know there were people that were hitting us up about previous con shirts. I think we've got some of the cockatoo ones and the emu ones. They'll just sell those off at the Rego desk later on when it quietens down. In the meantime, welcome again. Thank you for all your support through the year and as we set up, and for all the emails and queries and offers of support and other bits. We really do appreciate it. It makes it happen. Myself and Dols. Yes. Adam will just do the physical CTF.
Okay, so this was very intentionally hidden away so no one can figure this out ahead of time. There is a physical CTF. It starts at 11. It is objective based. In other words, there are 12 challenges. The solutions are figure it out. I've not made a very specific solution and I've left it incredibly vague on how you solve them. This is intentional. I want to inspire as much creativity with this stuff as I physically can. There is one 500 or 600 point challenge that is actually really hard. Technically, good luck. You'll all be revealed at 11. There'll be a QR code at the rego desk. You can register from there. And yeah, I expect creativity more than anything.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. There you go. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks for everyone. We'll get ourselves warmed up. Everything is getting live streamed out as well, so feel free to drop out to breakout rooms if you want to do the CTF, if you want to go do the physical side, plug in your headphones or something. It's live streamed on the YouTube channel. So don't feel that you have to sit in here. We are sometimes a bit space conscious. We will get set up. There'll be small bits of handovers just while we clip on mics and bits for speakers, but we will take it away in 2 minutes with Drew. So Drew, if you want to come and set up, thanks again, and catch you all in a bit.
My HDMI's on the other side, but it looks like you've got enough.
We've got heaps of cable.
You guys are killing it. Excellent. Plug that in. We want that. Slideshow, start from first slide. That's not what I want.
While you're doing that, I will seductively lean in and plug you in.
Oh, yep. Oh, no, that's what I want. That's what I want. Extend the desktop. Slideshow. Start from first slide. Come on. There we go. Excellent. I'll plug power in. And then finally, if you just give me a second. That.
All good for water? To get you anything else?
Yeah, no, I'm good for water. Just want to get a few things out for show and tell. That's. No, sir, thank you. That and that. And that should do it. All right.
Cool. That's plugged in. We're good to go. That's switched on. Good
That's
to go.
switched on. Excellent.
All good. Looking
Yep.
forward to it.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for
I'm
kicking us off.
very nervous, but yeah, we'll get through it.
You'll be fine. Everybody liked it last time. So
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
I will just grab that
Oh,
and
yeah.
just into you. Cool. All right, if you grab a seat. One thing I missed on housekeeping, if you've got a mobile phone and it's switched on, throw it on silent or something, or the world will hear your ringtone, maybe. And I will hand over for Drew with what's the frequency counter. Thanks, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. I'm Drew Hamilton. Very happy to see all of you, and very happy to kick off BSides 2025 here in Perth. Yeah, let's set the tone. So my talk today is what's the frequency, Kenneth? Now with X-band. This is basically using software-defined radios to listen to weather satellites, to get interesting and fun data from them. The picture you can see in that photo is NOAA 19 before it actually launched. Come to find out bolts are important, and sadly this satellite is no longer active, but we'll get to that. So moving forward, who am I? As I said, I'm Drew. I used to work in higher education out here in WA, and then in 2019 I moved into penetration testing. I was at Asterisk for maybe 6 weeks before we got bought by CyberCX. And not too long ago, I moved from CyberCX to Bunnings, and now I'm an internal penetration tester there. I'm originally from North Carolina, and I've been in Perth for over 25 years now. I'm very interested in anything related to rocketry and space. As you can see, there's a photo of me back over a decade ago now, nearly 15 years ago, when I got my level 3 in high-powered rocketry. And then on the right is a rocket that I flew to Mach 2.64 and 28,000 feet up, over 8 kilometers. So that was pretty fun. But yeah, today we're not here to talk about rockets, we're here to talk about satellites. This is a hobby that I picked up during COVID. Obviously during lockdowns, rocket launches weren't happening that often. There's only so much time you can spend in the shed sanding before you get bored. So I started looking at software-defined radio satellite reception. What got me started, actually, oh yeah, I should probably go through this. For the talk today, basically, we're going to start with L-band. I'm going to give an update from my previous talk from 2023, BSides. After that, we're going to do a little bit of S-band weirdness, and then from there, we're going to move straight into X-band. I'll try to walk you through how to stand up your own station if you wanted to listen to X-band transmissions. Yeah, and hopefully it'll be fun. So yeah, to start off, why did I get involved in this? And I mean, yeah, it's realistically a very reasonable question, but back during the COVID times, these videos appeared on social media. Basically, I saw them on Twitter. The thing that shocked me about them was that, as you can see in these videos, there's no SpaceX branding, there's no time counter, there's no flight log, you know, current part of the launch layover for this video. And the reason why is because this was received in Europe with that grid dish and that setup to the right that you see right there. SpaceX was not encrypting their video downlink streams for their second stage Falcon rockets. And yeah, we even got really interesting things like inside the tank video that normally they didn't show in the live stream because they didn't want to show that. So yeah, once I saw this and then I saw the setup that people were using to do this, I thought to myself, hey, I can get a grid dish, you know, like I can buy a $50 SDR. So I decided to start, yeah, playing with satellites. So the first step that most people do when they start doing satellite is basically the 2-meter ham band, roughly 145 megahertz in frequency. There used to be 2 constellations. There was the NOAA POSE constellation, which was the polar orbiting constellation of NOAA 15, 18, and 19, and they would do what was known as automatic picture transmission, which was black and white and then an infrared band. Earlier this year, the NOAA POSE constellation was decommissioned. It was a pretty disappointing thing in the hobby. NOAA 15 had been up for nearly 10,000 days, and a lot of people in the hobby were actually looking forward to hitting that milestone. And also, they were still producing really good imagery on the 2-meter band, on the L band, and even on S band. So yeah, it was a bit heartbreaking, but that's the situation that we live in. One thing you can count on with satellites is that over time, things are definitely going to change. But that being said, there are still targets that you can do in the 2-meter band. So this is from a Russian weather satellite called Meteor M. There are more than one Meteor M birds currently up. There are more being planned to be launched by Roscosmos. The planned launches are still meant to have all 3 of the sort of more amateur band offerings. And yeah, long and the short, you can receive these images, which are 1 square kilometer per pixel, 3-band images that you can build a natural color composite out of with nothing more than a 3-element 2-meter Yagi or something like a or a QFH antenna, which is one of those weird antennas that looks like an egg beater. So yeah, long and the short, if you want to get started in the hobby, this is a great place to start. And yeah, I for one have a really soft spot for low rate picture transmission because for the amount of investment that you put into it, which is basically a $50 SDR and a Yagi or another compatible antenna, you can start producing imagery like this. You can also basically build a station to collect all this stuff automatically. So if you had a QFH antenna sitting on your roof or a V-dipole antenna install, you could basically automate this and have the program in the top left sat dump basically pull all this data. Like I said, I've got a really soft spot for 2-meter band LRPT transmissions because, yeah, the color's great for what they are, as is the resolution. Unfortunately, only Meteor is doing this stuff now. So it's a bit limited in terms of the number of passes you get per day and the amount of data you can get. So moving on from there, I want to give a quick update on L-band. As I said, the No Oppose constellation got pulled down. It was also doing L-band. It was great at the time. But we still have offerings. So METOP advanced high-resolution picture transmission, and Meteor also does an AHRPT service. Yeah, basically, it's the same Meteor satellite that Russia flies. It's just a different band with higher resolution. METOP is a European Space Agency satellite constellation. They've flown METOP A, B, and C. A is now decommissioned. B and C are still active. Up in the top left, you can see a satellite dish. I picked that up from SciTech up north. From here, about 20-minute drive from here. It's a terrestrial satellite dish company, mostly video sort of satellite installs. That was an $82 dish, brand new. They're incredibly cheap. If you want dishes, Foxtel dishes are pretty much everywhere. If you're keen on one, come and talk to me. I'll bring you one tomorrow. I have a shed full of satellite dishes now, as you might imagine. For L-band, basically, you need a dish of reasonable aperture. Like I said, 60 centimeter to 90 is more than adequate. I've got a helix on it that I built off of a 3D printed scaffold. There's a Newelec Solbird Goes low noise amplifier on that, and then an AirSpy Mini plugged into my laptop. So to do L-band, basically you need a low noise amplifier, software defined radio, and a computer, and an Edition, and Helix, and you'll be able to play these games. On the right, this is an image that I got from METOP B, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, yeah, METOP B. I wanted to show you this image because this is sort of a more representative image of a low Earth orbit weather satellite transmission in terms of the length and width of the image. So as you can imagine, these satellites are sitting roughly 600 to 800 kilometers above Earth in low Earth orbit. So they can only see a certain amount of the planet at any given time, given their altitude above the planet. So this sort of gives you an idea of both the width that the imager can cover, but also the length. So this was about, I think it was 4,200 lines long. If you had a clear line of sight from horizon to horizon during a satellite pass from a low Earth weather satellite, you could get over 5,000 lines, you know, maybe up to, I think, 52 to 5,500. So yeah, you can get quite long images. This is a natural color composite that I put together with SatDump. And as you can see, I also did the city overlays. SatDump has the facility to where basically you can tick a box and it will put all the cities on it. Because we're here in Western Australia, I have to basically pull the city slider to 9 to show everything on the map whatsoever, just to even get it to slightly fill up the space. Because yeah, we don't have much stuff. A lot of people out here is, yeah, what I should probably say. So yeah, MedOp and Meteor AHRPT are both very good services. Really fun to get and a little bit more technically challenging, but actually not that hard. Hand tracking on L-band is pretty forgiving. Basically, that dish I hold from behind with my hands on either side of the outside of the dish and just twist it by hand during the pass to keep it locked. I'll just step over here real quick and show you. You can see that we've got a constellation here, so that's this is a quadranture phase shift keying transmission. So you've got the 4 clearly defined dots, and then the signal to noise measurements for the satellite. Basically, if everything's in green, you're good in terms of signal to noise ratio. So, and I happened to screenshot that just in time where you can see all the bumpy stuff basically on the hump of the satellite transmission. This is actually filler at the time, if I'm not mistaken. So the satellite radios are constantly transmitting data, but sometimes there's no data to transmit, so at that time they have to transmit filler, and quite often you can see that because it basically makes all those bumpy lines on the transmission. So that's currently where we are when it comes to L-band low Earth orbiting weather satellites. Like I said, things used to be better. L-band's unfortunately probably not going anywhere. Beyond the Meteor constellation satellites that are going to be launched by Roscosmos, ESA and NOAA both have no plans to put L-band transponders on any of their new satellites moving forward. So whilst this is fun, it will be time limited. And you can 100% count on ESA to deorbit or decommission a MEDOP satellite while it's still fully working, because that's exactly what they did with MEDOP A. So moving on from there, I want to give a quick update on L-band geostationary stuff. So this is actually a slide from my last talk, but I liked it because up on the top left, it gives you a perspective of the Earth and all the various low Earth orbit weather satellites from a distance perspective, and then it shows you how far away geostationary orbit is in comparison. So basically, geostationary is what it says on the tin. From our perspective on the planet, these satellites are stationary in a single point in the sky. In actuality, that's not actually the case. Often they perturb around a point in a figure-8 perspective. It depends on how much fuel they have, how much station keeping they can do, et cetera, et cetera. Some geostationary satellites are better than others. Some satellites you cannot point to, leave your dish in the same spot and expect 12 hours later to have sync because it will have moved that much even though it's in geostationary. So geo's good because you can just leave the dish set up. Obviously, once you point and get a good signal to noise ratio, you don't have to track anything. The downside of geostationary is because things are further, you don't have as much signal strength, and so therefore your margin is lower in terms of getting locked. But what I would say is here in Australia, especially here in Western Australia, I feel like we're kind of in the Goldilocks zone for geostationary, if I'm going to be honest with you. So there are currently 2 Russian geostationary weather satellites within view of us, Electro L3 and Electro L4. There's also Fingyang 2G and 2H. Those are Chinese geostationary weather satellites in an older generation. There's also Fingyang 4A and 4B. They're also Chinese geostationary satellites, but a newer generation. We have what's now known as EWS-G2. NOAA basically takes old GOES satellites that they use over the continental United States. They basically run GOES east and GOES west, and then they have a hot spare in orbit as well in case one of them fails. Every time they send up a new satellite, they end up having a second spare. So what NOAA has done is that basically they hand that satellite over to the United States Space Force, and then Space Force pushes that thing over basically to the sort of over the Middle East and North Africa, and then it becomes a United States Space Force geostationary weather satellite. It's still the same GOES satellite. It's still unencrypted, still running the same services that it did historically. It's just now it's owned by the United States Space Force and is a military asset. Beyond EWS-G2, there's also GeoComSat 2A or GK2A. That's a South Korean geostationary weather satellite. And then finally, there's Himawari 9, which is Japanese. You would probably recognize it because all of the bomb imagery that the Bureau of Meteorology uses from geostationary comes from Himawari 9. So if you go to their website and look at like the current satellite photo of Australia, that's where that data is coming from. So yeah, we're very lucky out here in terms of the number of geostationary targets that we have and the amount of data that we can get from them. So from my talk in 2023 to now, a couple things have changed with Electro L. Firstly, on the left-hand side, that's an Electro L3 image. In 2023, it never did a fully illuminated full disk image. For some reason, Roscosmos turned this on earlier this year. I don't know why. Nobody knows why in the hobby. I can tell you now that it's also off, so they're now no longer doing that time slot on a daily basis. But yeah, it's a bit weird. It was one of my biggest gripes about the satellite. It only does images every 3 hours, but it would never historically do the fully illuminated full disk image. Now it kind of does. And then on the right, this is Electro L4. This is the newest Electro L satellite that's been deployed by Roscosmos. As you can tell, it's further east from Electro L3. When New Zealand's not covered in cloud, you can actually see New Zealand pretty well. But yeah, that's an interesting satellite as well, just because it's nice to have options. Electro L3 is going to be replaced by L5 within, well, it was meant to already happen this month. That launch has not occurred. Roscosmos will get L5 up. When they do, they will drift that over to replace L3, and then they're going to take L3 and move it over to replace Electro L2, which we can't see. That basically sits over Western Europe. And it's beyond its X-band service. It's basically completely broken. So I can tell you right now, all the European hobbyists are very excited about the opportunity to start receiving that weather satellite. Moving forward from here, I want to quickly show you a few photos of stations that I've got. I'm not running all these anymore, but at the time I was. On the left, that was a GeoComSat 2A low-rate information transmission station. That satellite, that's the South Korean one I mentioned earlier. Every 10 minutes, it will send a single infrared IR 105 band image down. It's not great because it's infrared only, but because it transmits every 10 minutes, you can build very nice looking animations out of the imagery. In the middle, the sort of cream colored dish, that's my Electro L3 station. That's still running now. I've had that up since April of 2022. So I've collected a fair amount of Electro L geostationary imagery now. Enough to know that, yeah, that satellite is interesting because of its lack of reliability, in my opinion. Things are constantly changing with that thing, and often not for the better. On the right, this is a Newelec, basically GOES dish setup that I brought back from the States years ago. The two dishes on the left, you can see that I've got helical antennas on the front of them, well, helical feeds, I should say. On the right, this dish is a linear feed. So it's optimized for linear transmissions instead of helical transmissions. And because of that, those are very suitable for the Feng-Yang 2 series satellites, of which there are 2 still available. So moving on from here, after the BSides 2023 conference, that October, was basically when EWS-G1, which was originally GOES 13, was being replaced by in elevation to our west. Still plenty enough altitude for you to receive it with a good setup. Unfortunately, because I live up in the Perth Hills and I'm surrounded by trees, I can't get a 20-degree elevation lock on any satellite. Basically, about 30 degrees is about the lowest I can receive from. That's a 1.8 meter prime dish. Because it's a prime, I threw a Cantana in front of it. Because it's an L-band Cantana, the dimensions are quite big. And yeah, it was pretty weird throwing that together because I finally realized my best bet was to go down to the local IGA and buy 2 of the very large Milo tins. Basically, I took one Milo tin, cut the bottom off the second one, wedged that one onto the first one to get it the proper length, and then threw an SMA flange, as they're called, which is basically a SMA connector with a metal rod attached to it, cut that to length, and that was my feed. So you might look at this and think, oh, that's incredibly technical, and it's like, no, it's literally 2 Milo tins slammed together with an AliExpress SMA that costs maybe $1. And yeah, this is what I was getting off of it. A bit of a funny story. We don't drink Milo in our house, but my son has a friend who does. So yeah, we had the really awkward situation where we showed up to school one morning and handed over 2 Ziploc bags full of brown powder to another parent, like while we were dropping the kids off, you know? And yeah, that was always, in hindsight, I thought maybe I shouldn't have done that, you know? Like maybe that wasn't the best of ideas, but hey, you know, like, if I started telling people why I was doing it, I think they'd be even more concerned. Okay, so moving on from here, once I started investigating EWS-G2, I pretty quickly realized that, okay, well, this is a geostationary satellite operated by the US Space Force. They've got to have a ground station for this thing, but we're on the other side of the world from America. Where are they going to put this ground station? And the obvious answer is Western Australia. So up north from here, Swedish Space Corporation operates what's known as the Western Australian Space Centre. SSC is a private corporation that basically operates ground stations throughout the world for commercial services and governments to basically have satellite uplink and downlink capability. It kind of blew me away. I reached out to them out of nowhere and said, hey, I'm a weird dude in the Perth Hills receiving satellite imagery. Y'all want to catch up? And pretty quickly, oh yeah, the whole NOAA like ground station team's coming out in late October to commission the new satellite at the ground station, and why don't you come up and meet them? And I said, yeah, that would be really cool. So yeah, I got to drive about 5 hours up north. You can see up there is Geraldton, and then inland quite a bit is where the space center is. There's a lot of stuff up here in general. There's also ASD listening station up there. One of the guys that I met that was working at SSC had actually just resigned because he was going to the listening station to get a job. He had just accepted a job there, and it was starting in 3 weeks. That was a fun conversation. Yeah, but it's quite a large facility with multiple dishes across the site. It also does some search and rescue work, which most of that stuff bounces off satellite as well. But yeah, very interesting to go up there. So while I was there, on the left, that's the NOAA/US Space Force dishes. These actually came from Wallops Island in Virginia, where NOAA has their ground station for if I'm not mistaken, the East Coast satellite goes east. They fully disassembled these satellites, shipped them to Western Australia, and then rebuilt them on the spot. When I was trying to organize to go up and visit, it was an interesting conversation because obviously this is a United States Space Force asset. That's U.S. military. I wasn't sure what, if anything, I would be able to see. I drove up on the day when they told me to come up, and when I got up there, basically I was informed that morning, like, word had come through from Washington that, like, they could show me around. Up until then, they didn't know, which was pretty interesting. So, but honestly, I didn't care anyway because there's more to the site than just the fenced-off NOAA U.S. Space Force ground station. But it was very good because I ended up being able to go into the shelters, which are the little buildings you can see there. No photography in any of the shelters, but that's basically where all the hardware, all the ground station hardware runs, that basically receives and transmits to the satellite. Very interesting time. Very nice to meet the NOAA team. They were lovely people. I'd like to go back to the States sometime in the future and drop into Wallops and hopefully catch up with them again if I get the opportunity. While I was up there as well, in the middle of this image you can see one dish pointing straight up. That's actually a SpaceX-owned asset. SpaceX uses that dish for Crew Dragon video downlink facilities. So basically, anytime SpaceX launches a Dragon capsule with people in it, anytime it's over the Indian Ocean region, all the video downlink from that capsule is received by this thing. You can't see it because I stupidly, actually you kind of can just see it. That's my car in the way, but just above the windscreen, you can see the Starlink Dishy terminal. That's how they're backhauling, because as you can imagine, the Telstra network connectivity up there is worse than garbage. So like, yeah, they're just like, no, we'll just throw, literally they just got the cable running from out of that little shelter there on the ground. Dish sits out there. And yeah, that's how they backhaul all the video back to the United States over the Starlink network. On the far right, you've got a JAXA-owned dish. If I'm not mistaken, this is both C-band and X-band. JAXA uses this for launch telemetry. They use it for satellite station keeping. When I was there was actually a JAXA engineer there working in the shelter while I was being shown around, and it was awesome. Like, shoes outside the shelter door, you know, just like, I wish I could have gone in because I reckon it would have been the cleanest and best shelter in the entire place. But yeah, unfortunately, because they were actually doing work at the time, the SSC people said, no, sorry, we can't go in there. I'm hoping to go back up and visit again in the near future, maybe in the next few months. I have reached out again, and I've touched base with them again, fingers crossed. ISRO, which is the Indian Space Agency, also utilized this site. That was really interesting. Like in the main building there, they have some HP thin clients that we could probably go down to Ross's auction and buy like $30 a pop, as many as we want. That's what they're running their like tracking software on top of. Like, I love ISRO. Like they run on a shoestring budget and they do amazing things in space with it. So moving forward from there, I want to jump over here. to a little bit of S-band weirdness, as I mentioned earlier. So there's a guy online called Scott Tilley. He's Canadian. I'm pretty sure he's up in British Columbia. His sort of claim to fame was Scott found a NASA satellite roughly a decade after they lost it. And it never worked for them, and he found it transmitting, sent them an email on the weekend saying, hey guys, I think I found your satellite, you know, and on Monday, like his inbox just got swarmed with messages from researchers and, you know, other people who were basically just over the moon because the satellite was functional, they were able to get data off of it, and everybody was just like, oh, you know, we thought this was dead years ago, and like, yeah, you just, greatest Christmas present of all, right? You know, so in December 2023, Scott reached out to me. It's not that I'm anything special or am even very good at these things. I have dishes, I have hardware, and I can listen on multiple bands. So that combined with the fact that I'm out here in Western Australia and there's not very many other people out here and we're pretty far away from everyone else, it makes it a useful place to look for things that obviously you can't see from North America because there's a planet in the way. So Scott reached out to me in December of 2023 and said, oh, you know, the Chinese are launching a space plane. And like, basically what we were trying to do is find emissions from either the space plane or the objects that were deployed alongside of it so we could basically get an idea of the orbital parameters with which that satellite was orbiting. There's a tool in the hobby called STRF, which is basically a Python software suite where you can take a baseband recording, combine that with accurate time and location via GPS, and compare that to TLEs from NORAD Space Track of all the objects that are currently orbiting the planet, and actually fit the object to a known, well, fit the transmission to a known object. So it allows you to sort of map who's transmitting what above you when they transmit it. So sitting out in the backyard, you know, with my 1.2 meter with an S-band helix on it, looking for objects from the space plane. So this is, you know, an image of SatDump. Over here I had gpredict up, and you can see that I basically imported all of the two-line elements for the space plane objects that we were looking at to see what transmissions they were potentially doing to try to figure out basically what are they doing with the space plane and all these objects. Quite long into the pass, as you can see here, so it was starting to get quite low. It was just above 30 degrees elevation. I got this thonking signal, you know, and I'm just like, wow, like that just turned on out of nowhere, and like that's really big and quite powerful, and it's on the frequency that we're looking for. Oh, I found like either the Chinese space plane or one of their objects. So I sent the baseband recording to Scott Tilley in Canada. Scott used the STRF tools to try to fit it. Come to find out, Ubuntu NTP isn't very good, is the long and the short of it. At the time, I was running Ubuntu on my laptop because it was a fairly new laptop. Scott tried to massage the data as much as he could, and he's like, oh, I think I've got a reasonable fit, and it looks like that was object D. So Scott starts posting about this on Twitter. Other space news websites start picking up on it. I had to send a weird email to my mother saying, hey, like, there's screenshots from my Twitter, like on the internet now, like in the news, just in case you're aware, and come to find out my brother-in-law had already told her, which was very confusing. But yeah, moving on, we basically realized that it wasn't the Chinese space plane or any of the Chinese space plane companion objects. After a bit more work on time, and then me starting to do recordings on a Debian laptop instead of the Ubuntu one I was using at the time, we started to quickly realize that this transmission was from Yaogan 30X. Yaogan is the name of the Chinese spy satellite networks. There are multiple, so there's 30, 31, I think 34, 35, 36, 38, 39. They're into the 40s now. There are a lot of these birds up. They're all transmitting over Australia. The interesting thing about this that put Scott Tilley a bit on the back foot, and the reason why we sort of got confused initially is none of this happens over North America. None of these satellites transmit on these frequencies above Canada ever. But here in Australia, all the time, from horizon to horizon, these things are loud as. So yeah, it was a pretty interesting sort of thing. As you can see from here, Scott went back, redid some STRF analysis, identified it actually as Yaogan 30X. I started doing more recordings after that, just to do more STRF matching, just to confirm 100% it's Chinese satellite spy networks. And yeah, it's all encrypted. Up in the top left, you can see the post where basically we provided the baseband recording to Alan, who's in his 20s. He's the lead developer of SatDump. He's in France. The best way I like to describe it is he sort of looks at satellite pictures, crosses his eyes like it's one of those 3D images, and he can sort of pull out the imagery out of it. He can basically decode stuff off the fly almost. It's a rare talent. But yeah, he built a decoder. We had a look. All the data is encrypted. And that's where I'm going to leave it, because I don't really know what else to tell you other than, yeah, they're doing this stuff above us, but over North America, they're not. All right. Now we're going to move over to X-band. This is my current X-band setup that's currently still set up in my backyard, well, in my driveway. So I'm going to quickly take you through this. That's a 1.2 meter offset dish. In front of it, I've got what's known as a waveguide. That's what takes the transmissions that get reflected off the dish. You might look at that waveguide and think, oh gosh, like, what is that? And it's like, it's a 28 millimeter to 42 millimeter copper pipe reducer for plumbing, and 26 millimeter ID, 28 millimeter OD copper pipe with an end cap on the back of it, with a single SMA flange cut to length at 7.5 millimeters. It is not rocket surgery, this stuff at all. Yeah, it's quite simple in theory. It's basically a cantana. So above that, you can kind of see a box. That's what this is. This is a different model though. This is a low noise amplifier for X-band. I got this from Down East Microwave. They're in Florida in the United States. Initially, and I'll show this to you in a couple of slides, initially I was using a single LNA. I wasn't able to get strong enough signal to noise ratio. About 6 months into X-band receiving, I started chaining LNAs, and that's when everything went good. So yeah, I now run 2 LNAs. You always run the first stage with the lowest noise floor. How RF chains work, basically, the first device that sets the noise floor sets it for the entire chain. So you use a low noise or a very low noise amplifier as your first stage. Second stage, you can basically put a microwave amp there. It doesn't need to have a low noise floor because that's already been set by your first component, and then that basically boosts up the signal. So as you can see, basically I've got one sticking up, and then it goes to a second one, which is this little guy right here. I picked this up off of eBay a while back. Should have unwrapped that beforehand. This is Narda Matek LNA, used off eBay. All of this componentry is going to run you at least $100 US used, plus shipping. A new LNA from the States, from Dimmy, is going to run you 150 to close to $200 US, excluding shipping. This is the first problem with X-band. It's not cheap. There's no sort of like wide hobbyist market to lower costs of sale. So yeah, it's a bit of a disappointment, but what are you going to do? Regardless, moving on, once you get through the low noise amplifier stages, you then need a down converter. Basically all the software defined radios that we use, unless you're going to buy one that costs what a car would cost, they're going to max out at 6 gigahertz. All of the X-band frequencies sit basically between 77 megahertz or 7.7 gigahertz up to roughly 8.4 gigahertz. So I need a device that basically takes X-band frequencies and then downshifts it to a lower frequency that my SDR can then listen to. So the LO of this down converter, which is hobbyist made from a guy named Arved, is 7,000. So effectively, whatever I'm listening to at any given time, the frequency gets downshifted 7,000, and that's what I listen to. So, but first, why do X-band? And the answer is so many channels. There's so much higher resolution and so many more instruments. These are all the current generation weather satellites from their respective countries. So this is a Mercy 2, the medium resolution spectral imager. This is on the Fingyung 3 Chinese satellites. As you can see, there's a ton of bands and there's very good resolution. Basically, the visible bands that you can see are 250 meter per pixel. Most of the infrared bands are 1 kilometer per pixel. So moving forward, started out in February 2024 doing X-band, immediately hit some problems. Top left, that's an image from Aqua, which is a United States X-band weather satellite. Aqua has no error correction. It has no FEC enabled on the transmission. So once you drop below 10 decibels in signal to noise ratio, you start getting drops from the satellite. So as you can see, multiple lines across that were where I actually dropped in SNR and couldn't maintain lock. On the bottom right, this is an image from Fingyung 3D. This was sampled at 50 million samples, or sorry, 45 million samples per second, which is quite grunty, let's be honest here. Once you start sampling at that rate, you start realizing that SSD and NVMe drives have buffers that fill and then start stuttering, and then you start getting drops, and it's not fun. So, like, even though that reception that I did, I should have had ample signal to noise ratio the entire way. In actuality, I didn't, because I was having drops from my hardware. So, whoops, I just pushed past one. So once I started using the second stage LNA, I started getting much better imagery. This is from November 28th, 2024 from Aqua, that satellite that was the top left in the last one. As you can see, I was able to, for the most part, maintain like a high signal to noise ratio. You can see a couple blocks up there and then a little band up there where I dropped. But yeah, this is sort of what you can expect to get from Aqua, which is part of the Earth Observing System constellation. There was Aqua, Terra, which has unfortunately now failed, and then there's also Aura, but Aura doesn't do any visible band imagery, so I don't have anything to show you from it. So moving on from here, this is Suomi NPP. So Suomi was the first satellite in what's known as the JPSS constellation, the Joint Polar Satellite System, I believe it's called. This is the current generation NOAA low Earth orbit weather satellite system. Suomi and NOAA 20, or JPSS-1 as it's known, both have severe nulls in their transmissions. And basically what that means is at certain elevations throughout the pass, the antenna on the satellite basically doesn't transmit as well as one would like. It encounters a null, and therefore the result is you get a drop in signal to noise ratio when you're receiving that transmission, and then once it passes the null, the signal to noise ratio increases again. You could have a perfectly fine lock, it doesn't matter, the null's gonna get you. So you need to have ample amplification to basically overcome the nulls. Yeah. So this is NOAA 21 or JPSS-2. With NOAA 21, when they launched this, basically it solved a lot of the Suomi and NOAA 20 null issues. This is also a little bit of a higher resolution, so for Suomi and NOAA 20, I sample at roughly 25 million samples a second because the signal's at roughly 15 megahertz in terms of width. So NOAA 21, for instance, is 25 million symbols per second. So I sample at 40 million samples a second. It does a true color image, which you can see on the bottom left, but that's a lower resolution image in terms of like the visible bands. On the right, this is a 321-221 composite, which is actually much higher resolution in comparison in terms of pixels per square kilometer. So moving on from there, as I said, instruments and more channels are good. So this is an example from NOAA 21, the fire temperature RGB composite. So in SatDump, when you've received the imagery and you go to process it, there are multiple composites that are available that are pre-configured, and you can say, all right, give me the fire temperature RGB composite. And so as you can see here in this middle image, you can basically see those spots on the image. That's actually the hot spots from the imager from the satellite that correspond with the fire that's currently taking place in the visible imagery. These satellites are what BOM and Bushfire IO use for our fire prediction stuff. So like if you're looking at Bushfire IO at a fire and you see a bunch of small dots, those small dots are sample measurements from NOAA 20, NOAA 21, and Suomi. The larger dots are from Himawari, the geostationary satellite. And the reason why is because the lower Earth orbit satellites have a higher resolution, so the dots are smaller, so because they can see basically 250 meters per square pixel, whereas Himawari up in geostationary can basically only resolve at 1 square kilometer per pixel. So next time you look at a fire, you can realize that like you can actually click on the individual dots and it will tell you, oh, this one came from NOAA 20, oh, this one came from Suomi, and it'll tell you the date and the time. Or you could just stand in your driveway and do it in real time like a normal person. So now we're going to move on to the Chinese low Earth orbit X-band weather satellites, the Fingyang 3 series. I got to be honest with you, China is flexing. These satellites are phenomenal from a visible band perspective, as well as from a multiple instruments perspective. So as you can see here, yeah, that's Fingyang 3D from August 1st, 2025. Here's a bit of a zoom in from down south. It's just absolutely phenomenal imagery. 250 meters per pixel per 250 meters squared per pixel image resolution, and you can get full true color composites off of it. Fingyang 3E was the next one that was launched. It has Zuvi on it, which is a solar imager. So you can basically download images of the sun in near real time. You can also build animations because it sends multiple images. At the end of this, I'll probably throw up a quick animation to show you what that looks like. I didn't want to embed it because I tried to, and I'm using LibreOffice, and it basically crashed my entire computer. 11 megabyte GIF, and it's 2025. It's cool. Fingyang 3F, this is another one of the 3 series. This does morning passes. So the 3D is basically the afternoon satellite, so it comes anywhere between 2:30 and 3:30. This comes anywhere between sort of 9:30 to 10:30-ish. This has the Mercy 3 imager on it, which is slightly better than the Mercy 2 instrument that Fingyang 3D runs. And yeah, they're just phenomenal imagery. And yeah, the morning passes are quite good. Fingyang 3G is weird. It's basically a sideways sat. Instead of in a polar orbit, this thing is in a drifting orbit. It requires reboosting as well because it's quite low. It's only roughly 400 kilometers above the planet. Every time it reboosts, you lose transmission at that time. But it's a really interesting satellite. Also wanted to quickly show on the left, that's not a corrected image. On the right, that is a corrected image. So on the left, that's basically what the imager sees one-to-one. But then because of the curvature of the Earth, you actually can correct out that image to make it look like a proper map, and that's what you've done on what I've done on the right. So basically all the images, bar the one on the left that I've shown so far, have been corrected images. All right, Fingyung 3EH. This just launched September 26th. A little over 2 weeks later, on October 12th, people in the hobby started getting images from it. I got this on the 14th. Yeah, really good satellite. This is the replacement for Fingyung 3D. So the first of the Fingyungs I showed you with that gorgeous imagery, this is its replacement because that thing's been up for 8 years. China's not playing. Yeah, 3H is very crisp, really pretty, great resolution imagery. Okay, X-band GEO. Yeah, I got a dish problem, as I mentioned earlier. It was not fun driving this 2.3 meter prime home in the back of a trailer down Row Highway. I don't want to do that again. But I needed a big dish because GeoComsat 2A has an X-band ultra high rate information transmission service. This is what's known as a cast, so it's not raw data from the satellite. This has actually been transmitted down to a ground station, transmitted back up to the satellite, and then rebroadcast back down again. But this is basically their commercial service that I'm not paying for, and it's the best service that they offer from their satellite. So the transmissions roughly just over 15 megahertz in width, so I sample this at 31 million samples a second. Here's a bit of an image of what it looks like when I'm recording it. It's on 8070 megahertz. On the right gives you an idea of one transmission in terms of the data we're dealing with. It does this every 10 minutes. This is just the full disk imagery. It also has additional data. The SatDump team hasn't even started decoding that data yet. This is just the global full disk images. So yeah, lots of bands, 4 visible, 12 infrared, 16 channels in total. The visible images are anywhere from half a kilometer to 1 kilometer per pixel, and then 2 kilometers for the infrared channels. So on Monday, I was chatting with some of the developers in the SatDump team, and I asked them for a true color composite from this satellite. This is what I got. This basically uses the visible number 6 image, which is the half a kilometer per pixel, but that's a mono or a panachromatic image, I believe it's called. So looking at it alone, even though it's very high resolution isn't that interesting. But you can take the RGB channels, the other channels, and combine that with the panachromatic image in a process called panachromatic sharpening, and you can build absolutely massive composites. So this one PNG file is 1.13 gigabyte in size. This was one 10-minute time slot transmission from GK2A. There's a crop of just Australia. Zoom in, looks pretty good to me. And then, yeah, it's a full disk of the planet. So, like, yeah, it's quite good resolution. So, yeah. Basically, I'm going to throw this up and say, here's some places to learn more things. There are Discord servers. There are a couple of YouTube channels that are really good. There are some guides on the web. I'm here for all day today and tomorrow. As you can probably tell by now, I'm very comfortable in talking about this stuff. I would love to talk to you about it, if you're willing to put yourself through it. So yeah, I guess from there, I'll quickly say what's next. I've got a new toy. This is called a RFNM. RF Not Magic is basically what it stands for. This can do 128 million samples per second. MEDOP, ESA just launched MEDOP SGA1. I've tried it a couple times. I'm going to have to tune my setup a bit, but yeah, fairly soon I'll have the new, hopefully, MEDOP ESA satellite as well. I think we're running pretty close to time. We might have enough time for a question or two, if that's okay. Yeah. So, anybody have any questions? Yes. Oh, okay. That's a great question. So basically, there are two rough designs for dishes. There's a prime dish and an offset dish. So a prime dish effectively means the dish is designed to reflect all of the data it's receiving to a centralized point at the center of the dish. An offset dish is offset. So instead of reflecting it to the center of the dish, it actually is designed to reflect it to an offset point. So the beauty of an offset dish is your actual feed and all of your other equipment, the receiving end of the dish setup, is actually not in line blocking any of the radio waves that are coming in. I find for smaller setups, but yeah, when it comes to geostationary, I find primes a little bit better, just because, yeah, you can use a prime feed. Your feeds also have to be designed to the dish as well. It's complex. Come and talk to me. Other questions? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So those big dishes up for U.S. Space Force, they're hurricane rated. So like literally a hurricane could be coming through that point, a category 5. That dish is designed to stay stationary and functional during that weather event. But it's a very good comment, because basically the person who took me through the station from SSC had spent the 2 days before that giving the NOAA team a ton of grief, because he's like, oh, well, Drew's coming up and he's doing what you're doing with a 1.5 in his backyard. Like, why do you need these huge dishes, guys? What are you doing? So yeah, it was good. They found it quite funny that, like, yeah, I was basically receiving their stuff on, an order of magnitude less size hardware. We good? Good. Excellent. All right. Thank you, everybody.
The prestigious BSides challenge coin.
The challenge coin. Thank you.
Cool,
Sure.
we'll just do the handovers now. Just a point of note, by the way, the live stream camera is just here, pointing across, so slope that way if you don't want to be on the feed. It's better that way because it means we can get easy access at the front. So just give us a second and we'll be back with you.
guarantee it'll work.
Yeah, it's an RTL SDR. It doesn't have an ISP. So once you get to the point where you know what that means, you can buy one.
Tested it.
We're about to. What's the worst that could happen?
Is there a blank out on that right now? Is there a way of flat blanking it, or is that? No, that's cool. No worries.
That's in Korean. So, keep the size close to mouth as possible. Don't worry about the fluffy top.
Yeah, do an intro. Yep.
Cool beans. All right, grab a seat. We'll kick off. I'll hand it over to George, talking about the most dangerous tool in your toolkit is board. Welcome, George.
Thank you. Alrighty, so it was mentioned earlier, AI. So this talk will be about AI. Who am I? I've spent 20 years in IT fixing things, from help desk to CTO. I've been building systems around humans for humans. I think that's pretty important. A lot of system implementations go awry because of humans, and a lot of humans get in the way of systems. I've built software and infrastructure for education, healthcare, mining, government, from tiny startups to 24/7 emergency healthcare, and even worked for international Borg-like companies that swallow up software companies. So why am I here? Well, this submission got accepted. It was a bit of a surprise. AI has gone mainstream, or at least large language models and generative AI. So, a quick question. Who uses AI at work or at home? Hands up. Come on, really? Is that all? How about for research? Coding? Yeah? Yeah? Cool. Communication? Who's getting it to write your emails or your text? Cool. Who's using agents? Okay, keep your hands up if you're running your own MCP server. There's a few here, that's cool, that's cool. So what happened in 2025 that was really big on the internet? Something significant has happened just recently. Who wants to yell out a guess? No? Nobody? Internet search died. No longer does Google behave like a search engine that we all grew up with and abused while we were learning how to do IT. It's very different now. This is a massive change with how people are accessing information, searching. It's faster. Why wouldn't you use it? So those people who didn't put their hand up because they don't use AI, when was the last time you did a Google search? It would be AI giving you that answer now. It's very different. The other thing they've also done is they've removed the number of pages down the bottom, if anyone's noticed. So they no longer use their banner cry about how many pages of index they've got anymore. That's gone. The other thing that happened this year, and makes me sad, and I reckon there'll be at least one person in this crowd that would know why. Jamie from the JRE podcast has been replaced by AI. No longer does he get to troll through Google while they're making the show. It's all now Perplexity. So even the best well-known Googler in the world has been replaced. Well, maybe it just looks different. Maybe it's still search. But what's happening to websites and the traffic on the internet has changed as well. There's been a decrease of 25% in click-through to sites. So traffic isn't getting there anymore. There's 96% fewer site links, 84% fewer videos, and now 58% of Google searches result in no clicks at all. People aren't searching on Google anymore. So is that good or bad? It's faster, people are getting their answers quicker, but we're just taking what it says. I'd be really interested to know what that's also done for their AdWords model, because they're not getting any throughput now. So AI's here. Organizations are using it. Everybody wants to put it in. Enterprises are using it. They're actively advancing generative AI in their systems. The stats say that 92% of Fortune 500 companies are using it. There's millions of users, billions of requests. It's not going to go away. So what has that changed for? I mean, that's a very broad brush approach, but what has it changed for IT security? The stats are scary. AI ends up supercharging all our old tricks, and you end up with phishing attacks increasing by 1,265%. That number's crazy. The number of reported AI-embedded cyber attacks has risen. Red team public competition of AI agents is crazy. The pen test GPT gets like 28 out of like capture the flags, out of hundreds. Like, it does really well. Breach volume is at records, and it's also high records because of social engineering. One of the weakest points that AI, especially large language models, is being used to leverage is humans. The spam that it makes, it's beautiful. It gets past all the old filters. So, if you think about what you're doing, is your toolkit full of boring tools? But what does it mean to be bored? I call it, you've got it here. The tools are there. Are you actually using them enough to keep up with the adversaries, the guy sitting next to you, the guy going for your job, or the girl that's DMing people when using ChatGPT? It's out there, I've seen it. So in the past year, I can think of a bunch of times that I've lent on it to develop power simulation systems for battery systems, fixing DB queries for slowness, debugging e-commerce websites. Like, it's great. Plus emails, chats, all that kind of stuff. Planning trips, it's all I'm for. So, what are the bad guys doing? Well, they're automating everything. Your recon and exploits. There's a tool called Hexstrike AI, and it's scary. It's got a laundry list of tools that it has. It does automated open source intelligence. It scrapes LinkedIn. You can tell it to look for GitHub, Shodan. It's amazing. So if you wanted to sit there and kind of surf the web looking for targets, that's a slow way of doing it now. Phishing is getting automated heavily. The ability for it to draft emails, mimic your CEO's tone, especially if it's got access to its mailbox. Like if it's had some of the communications from your CEO, you'll be able to pick it apart. Translations, that's not a problem anymore. It's pretty hard to pick out the Nigerian prince. And they're even using voice cloning and video cloning now in some attacks. Not only that, the campaigns can be generated very quickly, low amount of effort. They also can be tested in the actual box itself, so you can run your proper tests and see how it goes. And deployment in hours. Coding and malware, this is crazy. I'm not a coder, I'm a hack. From simple scripts, it'll do it. And to actually do things like hide the code, I know I was talking to my sister over here about one attack that she's seen. It wasn't encrypted or obfuscated in any way, but the tools are there to do it. Why aren't they doing it? So with all those tools, these hackers, they're getting some superhuman skills. Social engineering 2.0. Hackers are using it to generate profiles, resumes, to pose as developers, legit actors. There's even, and I won't go into it too much because I know it's in a later talk, but there's a cool story that involves North Koreans getting hired and staying hired. And I know there's another really interesting one with OpenAI where they busted the Chinese using it to draft malicious attacks to US citizens. That's a really interesting one, where they're using their own tools, which are meant to be, slotted for them. They're actually going, oh, let's use that to generate the content. So that kind of threat vector has changed. You've now got AI as like a social engineer, not in human form. It's going to be faster, it's going to be quicker. And it erodes and it creates an issue where your biggest problem, or it grows to be the biggest problem, is trust. Who's generating it? Who's doing it? The amount of information that there's now being generated is crazy. How do you keep up with that? So we've now enabled the hacker toolkit skin for the toolbox. But what do you do from the other side of the fence? Well, you automate all the things for defense. AI can triage alerts, do your summaries, free up people to do that higher order work. You can, all those repetitive tasks, prompt engineering. When you build this, you probably should keep a human in the loop, otherwise, you'll lose your job. Don't automate, augment. But automate everything you can, because you'll need to be defending its machine speed, because that's what they're attacking at, or collecting information at. So the future of work, it's going to be augmentation. rather than automation. The Jobs and Skills Australia put out a report that they think that 13% of tasks will automate 13% of tasks and augment 55%, reallocating labour rather than destroying it. Don't know why they'd use those words about destroying labour. Maybe it was a Liberal reading. Now, clerical reception and accounting roles are one of the ones that are going to see the biggest decline. Those work of just moving information from one system to another, answering the phone, reading emails, that's going to see a big pull. Cleaners, nurses, construction, hospitality workers, they reckon that's going to come up. So I guess we're not getting robots anytime soon to do the cleaning. The biggest thing they point out is that AI literacy and adaptability are going to be the biggest things that matter. And jobs are likely to evolve rather than vanish. I had a really interesting chat with a radiologist friend of mine, and he used ChatGPT to automate and write an interface for his home automation system. Now, he's a radiologist, he's not a coder, but he went to ChatGPT, he told it what he needed, and it gave it to him and it worked. He gets on the phone to me and he's like, it's coming. I'm like, nah, it's already here. And like the conversation went to what is the kid's gonna do? Because he'd been pushing his son down a path of do computer science, get there, do this, do engineering. Kid's not really engaged. But what are they gonna do? So I tried to turn it into a lighthearted conversation and asked him, well, what would you still go to a human for over a computer? And he came back with the answer of food. So I think we should all become chefs. But, you know, probably use the tools available, use it to make recipes, things like that, do your ordering, because who likes paperwork? So agents and MCP servers, or context protocol servers, are the next frontier. Collaborative AI is emerging, which is an interesting concept where the different models you use and change together almost act like general contractors. Like when you build a house, you get a plumber, you get an electrician. When you start looking at trying to build things, you go, okay, well, I'll use an illustrative bot, or I'll use a text bot, or don't try and use the PowerPoint bots. They draw boxes everywhere. It's crap. So in doing this talk, in between submission and now, one of the most interesting things that I found that happened was the amount of effort I had to do early on to do submissions and things like that. It's changed so much since March. What I had to take time to craft, put together, the agent mode creams it, does it so fast, goes away, does it itself. It's not cheap, but it does it. But if you think about using AI in the workplace, getting it to build, task lists for people, make it be a project manager, if you want to. I wonder what we're going to see our work look like, what the pace is going to be. Because, a project manager, a good one, he keeps you moving, throws you tickets, asks for updates, moves the work around if he needs to. But if that gets automated, you're not looking at it like a garden hose anymore. You're looking at like a SpaceX deluge system worth of, job requests or what you need to do or give us an update. Because if it's automated, if they're creating that pipeline, go bug the guy every 5 minutes. I guess we'll just have to automate back. Send an update every time he asks for one. So in conclusion, embrace the board. And he got silly and chose the wrong kind of board. Prepare for the agents. The agents are where it's going to be a big multiplier next. The individual models are running out of improvements. They're trained off us and they're running out of stuff to feed it. But the agents, chaining agents together and getting it to do the work for you is going to be where you're going to see the most amount of mundane work fall away. Probably want to keep the humans in the loop so you keep a job, like I said. But the judgment and ethics, these models can go a little bit astray. So, you've all been hacked. BSides has been hacked. Well, kinda. It's an unauthorized access and privilege escalation. The vulnerability was identified when we were able to put in a generative AI full submission. All the content, all the structure, all the images, all the jokes. Not my fault, so. It was prompted to compose the submission, later the entire talk, but it's a proof of concept and it's success because I'm standing here, that an AI authored talk could be presented live. You start making questions about what do we do? Which content do we trust? What stuff are we reading, watching? It's AI slop. So if AI can be used to hack or engineer access like this, what else could it engineer and access? Especially if there's, a lot more resources, state-backed actors, what could happen? So, some final thoughts. Who's really holding the keyboard? If AI writes your code, drafts your emails and plans your day, at what point does that authorship accountability change hands? Do you blame the AI if it screws up? Or is it you that was crafting the prompts? Can we outsource wisdom? Now, knowledge has kind of now become infinite and instant. You can find out anything really quick. But wisdom requires judgment, empathy and restraint. An AI could just basically not have feelings. So, if we hand over that thought leadership to AI, where we go, yeah, all right, that sounds good, let's do that. Is all those interactions in business and people to people, are they still meaningful? And what happens when there's no more real original thoughts and it just becomes a regurgitation and a replication of, that's what that thing said, let's just try that. The next concept is, can you patch human trust? Ever had somebody do something wrong to you, do it dirty? How easy that's to fix. Every exploit has been about trust. Someone believed the wrong input. Someone told you something, you believed it. The AI could tell us something, we'd believe it. And then the next question is, if you can gain root access to your attention, like when you're sitting there on a phone just scrolling, what does the AI install in us? We might have sat there and firewalled our networks, put AI on, AV on our machines, but we haven't really kind of prepared our minds for this, and I don't think the general public's ready for it either. How do you believe what's being put in front of you? So, are we letting AI reprogram us? Our workflows, our values? How do we decide which parts that we should automate of ourselves? And it goes back to that comment I made earlier about a mate of mine. Look, we'll keep him innocent, so we'll call him Simon. Simon asked me the other day, hey, how can I automate this DMing on these apps to try and date? Can I just make it come up with 3 remarks and put it in? And then, I don't know, phones must have been listening to us, but out came an advert for, I think it was Perplexity's Comet, their new browser. And it was actually two people sitting there talking about how to use that browser-based tool to do DMing and even book the dates. Is that really something we should be handing to AI? So thank you. No toolkits allowed. No questions?
No question, more of an
Go for it.
observation. A very good friend of mine was in SEO, keyword SEO was, for the exact reason that you brought up.
Yep.
He used killing SEO, and she bailed.
Yep.
And the company that she represented at the time was charging anywhere from 50,000 to 300,000 a month for customers, and the management knew it was like, shit, this isn't working. She's got out. Yeah, the model that you're using now, yeah, the traditional methods of SEO tracking, it just isn't working anymore.
Yeah.
I know another guy in DevOps who was developing a tool to track people using clickers to click ads to generate revenue. People clicking on it.
Yeah, it's kind of gone.
Clicking the links anyway, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're not going to get there anymore. You are right. I've had a very, very similar experience just recently with an e-commerce website that I've been contracted to fix. And we fixed these performance issues, like the owners are super happy, which we used AI to work out what to do. 100% transparency there. But the next topic he wanted to go ahead and fix was he wants to now sell an SEO package to people who use his SaaS platform, like his SaaS e-commerce platform. And yeah, I'm trying to have that conversation with him now that it's dead. Don't worry, don't put the investment into it. You need to be making your websites ready so that you're providing information that AI agents are going to be able to pick up and serve to people if you want to direct that traffic or make those sales. Because if you look at those click-through rates, that's changed. Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're heading into a morning break now, so I forget the schedule says the time. The first batch of pizzas is due to arrive in a little under an hour, so we will set up in the meantime.
Do you want to introduce? Yeah, Angus.
Got the mic on.
Don't need
Easy. Okay, grab a seat, get comfy, we'll get ready to restart. For a second, so you're with
Kylie and Silvio. Yep.
front row seats.
Yeah.
That's good, no pressure.
Bosses will judge me all day.
No, it's fine.
Nah. A little bit nervous, but once I'm in the flow of it, it'll be good.
It's a bit quiet. This one is.
It's almost at the top. I assume it's one of the radio mics, right?
Nobody wants to cut into your pizza time, although I guess there's an opportunity to get them all there. Grab a seat to get comfy. I will hand over to Angus, just reading the stuff there. Walkthrough of an end-day Android GPU driver vulnerability. Angus, take it away.
Thank you very much. Can everyone at the back hear me okay? Is the volume good? Thumbs up? Awesome. So good day everyone, my name's Angus. I work at InfoSect. Today I'm going to be telling you about some bugs in the GPU driver for Mali, which is a type of GPU that's made by ARM. It's used in a lot of Android devices and stuff. And yeah, so this talk was, first of all, I want to be clear, the bugs that I'm going to be talking about in this presentation, I didn't find. They were originally anonymously reported, and the way I came across them was this blog post that I got sent a link to by one of my coworkers. It was published by a Singaporean company called Star Labs. They publish a lot of really interesting research on a lot of stuff. The vulnerability dates back to 2022, and when I was looking through this blog post, they did a really interesting job of describing how they exploited this vulnerability and turned it into a full Android exploit, but they didn't dive much into how it worked. And in my spare time, I was just looking through it and trying to understand how it worked, and I learned a lot about the Linux kernel and the ARM Mali driver along the way, and I thought it would be really interesting to share what I learned with you guys so that we can all learn a bit about Android GPU drivers and how they work and how they can be exploited. So, got a lot to cover in this talk. We're going to go through the background of how drivers work, the Mali driver itself, how the vulnerability works, and how it can be exploited. So let's start with a bit of background. So as I mentioned, ARM Mali GPUs, they're one of the three most common GPUs used in the Android market, the other two being Qualcomm Adreno GPUs and Imagination Technologies PowerVR GPUs. It's used in lots of different phones. You'll see there's that big diagram on the side there. It's a screenshot from Wikipedia. There's hundreds of phones that contain it. Your Google Pixel devices, your Samsung Galaxy devices, a bunch of Huawei devices, MediaTek chips used in a lot of lower-end Android phones. Also, a bunch of embedded devices like RockPi, STM Electronics, they use it in a bunch of their MCUs as well. So Mali is everywhere, especially in the mobile and embedded market. Now, one thing to note about Mali GPUs and embedded GPUs like it is that it uses an integrated shared memory model. So it's not like if you're a gamer and you have like a gaming desktop with like a CPU and some RAM and then like a gaming GPU with like 16 gigabytes of RAM that's separate to your main RAM for your computer. In mobile GPUs, they normally share their memory with the same stuff that's being used by the CPU. And then it's up to the Linux kernel or whatever you're running in your system to manage that memory and share it between the CPU and the GPU. So let's have a look at the Android driver stack for graphics cards. It's really complicated. When you look through the docs, you'll see there's so many acronyms everywhere. This is a screenshot of the Android docs somewhere. It says HAL is defined in the AIDL and the HIDL. Like, what does that even mean? I don't know. There's like diagrams, they're confusing. There's arrows pointing absolutely everywhere. Look, I don't know about you guys. This doesn't make much sense. So I spent like a day digging through docs and have tried my best to summarize it down for you. So there's sort of 5 main parts that are important in the Android graphics driver stack. So the first part is your application. So you're developing the next Candy Crush or something. It's going to talk to your graphics stack using standard APIs like OpenGL, Vulkan. If you're a gamer, you've probably seen DirectX on Windows. If you're on Apple, you might have seen Metal. These are standard APIs that are used across all applications and all GPUs. These are going to talk to the next bit, which is called the loader. Now, the loader is responsible for working out which GPU driver to forward that API call to. So normally this is quite simple. There's only one GPU on your system. It just forwards it directly to that, and that's the case here with our Mali driver. But in the case of, say, a gaming desktop with like a separate graphics card and an integrated graphics card in your CPU, it might forward that request to a different graphics driver depending on what your power settings are set to. The next thing it gets forwarded to is the user space driver. So this is where most of the magic happens. It takes those OpenGL calls and like translates them into instructions that the GPU knows how to run. It like works out how to translate all your instructions to like coordinates of triangles and stuff. I don't know. It's a bit complicated. This is really complicated where most of the complexity happens, but we're not going to be focusing on it too much today. Because the next step is once the user space driver has sort of compiled your API calls down into something the GPU understands, it's going to forward it to the kernel driver, which is the bit that actually talks to the GPU. Now, the GPU kernel driver, it's mainly responsible for memory management, direct communication with the GPU, power management, handling interrupts, all that sort of stuff. And then it talks to the GPU, which will have its own firmware for forwarding those requests to the right parts of the GPU to do actually useful things. And so in this presentation, we're going to be focusing on the Mali kernel driver, which is a driver that runs inside the Linux kernel, or which is what runs on Android phones. And the way we interact with it is using these I/O controls, which are a way on Linux of communicating with device drivers. So why are kernel GPU drivers like the Mali driver subject to a lot of public research? Well, the answer is, and this is probably obvious, they're an attractive target for exploitation by attackers. But like, why is that the case? So the thing about kernel GPU drivers is if you go back and you look through like your Android security bulletin and all the CVE records, you'll see so many bugs in all these drivers. They're big, they're complex, there's a lot going on, lots of room to make mistakes. So attackers love them because they're full of bugs. The other thing about GPU drivers is they're quite a common attack surface across multiple different phones. As I mentioned, there are only really 3 main GPU manufacturers for Android. And if you think about like the commercial spyware vendors like Celebrite, Grayshift, that sort of thing, they want to write 1 or 2 or 3 exploits that work on all the phones they want to write exploits for. They don't want to write a million different exploits for a lot of different phones because that's really complicated and expensive for them. So when they're finding bugs, they want to focus on areas that are common across lots of different Android phones. The other thing about kernel GPU drivers is because most applications want to use the GPU to, I don't know, play your Candy Crush game or something, they actually need to access the GPU, which means that the GPU is a very like unprivileged resource. It can be accessed from anywhere, almost anywhere, including untrusted app, which is the standard Android sandbox that normal apps run in. The other thing about bugs that you find in kernel GPU drivers is that they often provide very flexible exploitation primitives. So what's really common to see is page use after freeze, which are a really powerful primitive that can be used to turn it into a full exploit. And finally, because the kernel GPU driver is running in the kernel, if you find a bug in the kernel driver and you exploit it, you get full access to everything the kernel has access to, which is everything. This is utterly catastrophic for the end user of a device because it means that everything happening on their device is fully compromised. Kernel driver bugs are kernel bugs, which are really bad. So there's a lot of research on kernel GPU drivers from both attackers and defenders precisely because they're really, really interesting attack surfaces for local privilege escalation exploits. So I'm going to give a bit of background on virtual memory and physical memory and how it works because that's really important for understanding this presentation. So if you've ever taken like a basic like binary C course or something like that, you've probably seen a diagram that looks something like this, where you've got a process that has a bunch of areas like the stack and the heap and stuff like that, has its own addresses and this nice little diagram. We think the process is the only thing running and it all works and it's very nice. Under the hood, what's actually happening is the OS, the operating system and the hardware work together to give every process their own independent virtual address space that's entirely isolated from virtual address spaces of other processes. These virtual address spaces are broken up into fixed size chunks known as pages. Typically, they're going to be 4,096 bytes in size, or hex 1000, as we see in this diagram. And then what the operating system does is it then maps those pages to areas of actual physical memory. And whenever a process goes to access an address, say hex 2000, the hardware and the operating system will work together to translate that to the underlying physical memory that backs that allocation and returns that to the user. And this gives every process the illusion that they have their own independent address space. Now, one thing that virtual memory lets you do is this concept of demand paging. So say you make an mmap call to map a file into a process's address space. We might like to think that when you map a file into your address space, it's going to bring all of those pages from disk into memory and then set up mappings to all of those things so that the user can access them. This isn't quite the case. What actually happens is when you go to map the memory, it'll allocate some virtual memory in your process for that file mapping, but it won't actually set up the mappings quite yet. You'll see here I've just marked them as not accessible with a star to say that the operating system's kept track of a bit of metadata here. And what happens is when the program goes to actually access this file for the first time, say it goes to access the first page here, it's going to trigger a page fault in the hardware. And then the operating system's going to see that page fault, and it's going to notice, hey, they've mapped in a file here, it's currently not accessible. What we can do is we can go and bring in that data into physical memory and set up a mapping for us. And then the user can go and actually access that page as they originally intended. The advantage of this is it means that only the pages which actually get accessed get brought into memory, and they only get brought into memory when they're needed for the first time, which can be a significant saving in physical memory usage. Another important concept to know is the idea of the page cache and copy on write. So let's say we have two different processes and they want to share some file in memory. So say we have one process here and it wants to map libc. So libc is the C standard library. It's used in basically every program running in your system because almost everything is written in C or uses a C interpreter at some point in the chain. So libc, say they map it into their address space. Due to demand paging, as I just mentioned, this mapping doesn't actually set up a mapping to physical memory quite yet until the user goes to actually access that page for the first time, at which point the operating system is going to bring that physical memory from disk into the memory. Now, if another process goes to map that same page, again, due to demand paging, no mapping is going to be set up yet. But when it goes to access that page for the first time, what will happen is the operating system will map it to the same underlying physical memory. Because these two processes want to access the same data, we can save physical memory by sharing that data in what's known as the page cache. Now, the problem here is originally these processes both wanted read-write permissions to these pages. But if the two processes shared that data, with them both being able to read and write to it, they'd then be able to interfere with each other via that underlying physical memory, which would be bad. So what the operating system does is it marks those pages as read-only temporarily, so both processes can happily go and read data from those pages. And when one goes to attempt to write to it for the first time, it'll trigger a page fault, at which point the operating system is then going to go and make a duplicate copy of that underlying physical memory and update the mappings accordingly, giving them full read-write access. And so by doing this, we've maintained the guarantee that two processes which share some memory are not going to be able to modify it, and if they want to modify it, they have to get their own copies, so they're not interfering with each other. And this is a core security guarantee of the kernel, which we're going to investigate a bit further. So back to the Mali driver. So how does the Mali driver work? Just like pretty much every device driver on Linux is exposed as just a character device in /dev. As you can see here, it has the GPU device context, which means that we can access it because it's GPU. We can open the file just like any other device file or any other file on Linux, and we get back a file descriptor representing that file. And then the main way we interact with this driver is using ioctls or IO controls. I don't quite know how they're meant to be pronounced. I'll say ioctls throughout this talk. And so when you're doing an ioctl, what you'll do is you'll pass it the file descriptor of the device file that we just opened up here. We'll give it an ioctl number. So here we're saying we're going to do the version check ioctl to find out what version our driver is. And then we give it some data. So here we're going to give it this version check struct, which it's going to fill out for us with the version information. And so when we call that ioctl, it's going to fill it out, and then we can print it out, and we can see our version is 11.35 in this example. You can do more complicated things using these ioctls. For example, what if you wanted to allocate some memory? So we're going to do that using the kbase ioctl mem alloc ioctl. When we're calling this, we're going to pass it this ioctl mem alloc struct. We're going to tell it how many virtual and physical pages we want to allocate. And we can also give the pages some permissions. So we can say CPU is going to have read access to this and write access, but maybe, and then the GPU is going to have read and write access in this example. And then once we've allocated this, what the kernel is going to do is it's going to set a GPU VA field in this struct. We can see it here, which is sort of like a handle to that memory that we've just allocated. And then what the user can do is they can call the mmap syscall, which will map that GPU memory into the CPU address space. Now this is all a little bit complicated, so I'm going to bring up some diagrams. I love diagrams. I hate code, so I'm going to have a lot of diagrams in this presentation. So when we call the mem alloc ioctl, what's happening under the hood? So it's going to allocate some actual physical memory for the GPU, and it's going to set up a GPU mapping in GPU's virtual address space. And it's also going to create a kbase VA region struct, which is used to keep track of GPU virtual addresses. The other thing that's going to happen is it's going to create a kbase memphys alloc struct to keep track of that underlying physical memory that's backing the allocation. And then finally, our user program is going to get that GPU VA handle that I just mentioned, which is going to point to that VA region struct. So the user has a handle to this underlying memory allocation via these structs in the kernel. Then when the user goes to actually map that memory, it's going to resolve that handle pointer to the VA region struct, and it's going to set up a new CPU mapping struct, which points to those memory. It's just mapped. Now, due to demand paging, as I discussed earlier, it's not actually going to set up a mapping from the user's CPU mapping to physical memory quite yet. This won't happen until it actually goes to get accessed for the first time, at which the kernel will follow through all these pointers, figure out what memory it points to, and then set up the mapping for the user. So that's an example of how allocation works. Let's have a look at the actual vulnerability. I'm just going to take a quick drink. Okay, so let's have a look at the vulnerability. So the vulnerability is called CVE 2022-22706. I'm not going to bother reading the second one. The description is quite short and not very descriptive. It says, Mali GPU kernel driver may elevate CPU read-only pages to writable. Oops. A non-privileged user can get write access to read-only memory pages. Doesn't tell us where the bug is, how it works, anything like that. So we're going to have to dig a bit more. Thankfully, there are a bunch of public write-ups. I found these really useful when preparing for this talk. I'm going to have the links at the end if you'd like a copy. And so this vulnerability was disclosed by ARM in 2022. It was anonymously reported to them. It affected a whole bunch of driver versions for like 6 years. So this is pretty crazy, a bug that existed in driver for 6 years and was exploitable. I did a bit of digging, found the patch for this. It's not immediately obvious because ARM's source releases are not the best. But we can see here that it seems to have introduced this like new write variable, and it's like checking some flags, and it's happening in this function called kbase jd user buff pin pages. Not immediately obvious what this does, what it means. So let's dig a little bit deeper. What is this kbase jd user buff pin pages function, and what does it actually do? So this is all related to a part of the Mali driver that's used for importing memory into the GPU driver. So say the user already has some memory that they've allocated, and they want to import that into the GPU driver so they can do useful stuff with it. So this is done with yet another ioctl called kbase ioctl mem import. Now, internally, when you go to import some memory, it requires 2 separate steps. The first step is we need to reserve some GPU virtual address space for that memory when we import it into the GPU. We have to reserve it so that if someone else goes to allocate some GPU virtual address space in the meantime, it doesn't clobber it. And this is imported in a function in kernel called kbase mem from user buffer. The second step is the memory that we want to import, we need to sort of pin that so that the kernel can access it and use it. Now, there's 2 ways this can be done. It can be done immediately at the same time that we imported the memory in that same kbase mem from user buffer function. Or alternatively, another way that it can be done is you can put off the pinning step until later on when we actually go to do a job with the GPU and actually do something with the data. And this is where the kbase jd user buff pin pages function that contains our vulnerability, this is where it's actually used. So let's walk through an example of how a user might do this. So say the user wants to map some say the user's already mapped some memory and they want to import it into the driver. They're going to specify the address of that memory that they want to import along with how big it is. They're going to pass that to this p-handle value, and then it's going to tell the driver what permissions it wants to import it with. So here it's going to say we're going to give it CPU read and GPU read permissions. And then it's going to call the kbase ioctl mem import. And this will do the actual importing. So what happens inside the kernel when we do this? Once again, loads of code here. I'm going to show you diagrams in a second. So the first thing it's going to do, it's going to allocate a struct to keep track of the GPU virtual address region that we're about to create. It's going to create another struct to keep track of the underlying physical allocation. It's going to keep track of a bit of data about the memory that we wanted to import, including the virtual address that the user wanted to import and how big it is and what process imported it and stuff like that. Then it's going to allocate this pages array, and this is eventually going to store all of the imported pages once we've imported them. Now, depending on this kbase red share both flag, it might set this pages variable at the top to be equal to that array that we just allocated. In this case, the kbase red share both flag is not set, so we can assume that pages is still going to be null in the next step. Then it's going to call this function called getUserPages, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. It's going to pass that pages variable that it's still set to null. So what does getUserPages actually do, and why is this important? So getUserPages is part of a family of kernel APIs. It's related to another family called pinUserPages. And basically the idea of this API is it's used for the kernel to access memory from a user space virtual address. Now, by default, in this case, because the pages argument is null, all it's going to do is it's going to take that user virtual address, it's going to follow along all the page tables and find out what physical memory that corresponds to. It's not actually going to pin it for use or anything like that. It's just going to find out. It's just going to traverse the page tables and it's fault them in case they weren't already faulted in due to demand paging. So after getUserPages is called, we return from our mem from user buffer function here, and then it actually adds that virtual address region to the GPU. Now, as I said, this is all a bit confusing, so let's look at the diagram. So say the user already had some memory that they've mapped in and touched. They call the import ioctl, which is going to create the virtual address region struct and the physical allocation struct. The kernel's going to call get user pages, which is going to traverse the user virtual address and find out what physical memory it corresponds to and fault that in if it wasn't already, which it is in this case. And it's going to set our physAlloc struct to still be null in this case. And then we're going to add the region to the virtual address space to reserve it. So far we've kept track of some metadata of what we wanted to import. We've reserved some GPU address space, but we haven't actually pinned the underlying data quite yet. So we still need to pin that physical memory so that the GPU driver can start accessing it and update the GPU page tables so that the GPU can access it too. And the way you do this is with this JD softX res map job. There are so many acronyms and constants all through the kernel code. It's utterly disgusting to read, which is why I have more diagrams. So the way the user can do this is they say, okay, I want to import this GPU address region that we just imported earlier. We're going to say we're going to do the softX res map job to pin it for us. And we're going to call job submit to submit that job to the GPU. And this is what's going to actually pin those pages for us. So the way the pinning is going to work is it's going to look up the user virtual address that it gave us originally, and then it's going to call pin user pages to pin those underlying pages for use by the GPU. Now, in this case, we saw that our pages argument is not null. It's an array of pages that we can store to. And if we look at my description of what getUserPages does, if we supply a pages argument, it's going to actually return a list of all those underlying pages that we've just pinned, and it's going to bump a reference count on them so that the kernel can safely access this data while certain locks are held. And then finally, it's going to insert the pages into the GPU's virtual address space and update the memory management unit to handle it accordingly. So diagrams again. So what the kernel will do is it'll call getUserPages, which is going to follow through all of these pointers to find out what physical pages the imported memory corresponds to. It's going to save that to our physical allocation struct. So now the kernel has a pointer to the underlying physical memory. And then it's going to update the GPU virtual address space to point to that same mapping. So now both the user program and the GPU have access to this imported memory. So let's refocus on the vulnerability for a second. So why is all this import functionality important? So let's look at the patch again. So we can see here that the patch is in that pin user pages function, pin user pages remote. And what's happened is they've twiddled some flags. And it looks like previously, if only the GPU write flag was set, it would set this fol write flag. Whereas in newer versions, it's going to check a CPU write flag and GPU write flags. And then it will set the fol write flag. Once again, this still doesn't make much sense because we don't know what fol write does yet. So let's have a look at that. So the final part of my description of getUserPages and pinUserPages is to do with that fol write flag that I've just talked about. Now, the importance of this flag is it's used to determine whether a user can actually write to the underlying pages that they've just asked the kernel to import. It will check whether they have write permissions, and if there's a copy on write mapping, it's going to break that. So let's have a look at an example here. So if we remember back to the start of the talk, if we have a copy on write mapping, what's going to happen is two processes are going to have mappings to the same underlying physical memory, and the kernel's going to set them to have read-only access only until one process goes to write to its page, at which point the kernel is going to go and create a separate mapping so that the two processes aren't writing to the same shared memory. This is our core security guarantee. Two programs should not write to the same shared memory. Now, the way getUserPages and pinUserPages work is they obtain a reference to the underlying physical memory. So if I call getUserPages on a copy on write shared page, it's going to follow the pointers and find that it's this shared physical memory here. And the kernel is going to get a pointer to that underlying physical memory, which is fine as long as you're reading. But if the kernel wanted to write to those underlying pages, this would be bad because it would be writing to memory that's shared by two different processes, which breaks our core security guarantees. And so this is where the full write flag comes in. If the kernel intends to write, you should pass full write to get user pages. And what the kernel will do is it'll notice that it's a shared copy on write mapping and trigger that copy on write mapping to be duplicated so that each process has its own independent copy. This means that when the kernel gets a pointer to the underlying physical memory, it's a separate copy, so it's safe to both read and write to without breaking any security guarantees. So once again, revisiting this patch for a third time now, and hopefully we're almost in a spot to understand what has changed now. We can see that previously, what would happen is it would only set full write if the GPU write flag was set, whereas now it's going to get set full write if either the CPU or the GPU write flags are set. So it looks like maybe we could set the so before this patch, maybe it would be possible to set the CPU write flag and we could pin a page without using full write, which would mean we could potentially modify some shared copy on write pages. So could we exploit this? So let's do a bit of an example exploit. So it's a high level idea of what we're going to try and do. We're going to create a copy on write shared mapping of some shared file, in this case libc, which is used in a lot of processes, including root processes. We're going to import that memory into the Malik driver, giving it CPU write permissions. We're then going to pin it using our vulnerable function, which will hopefully call pin user pages without setting full write, which means the kernel will obtain a reference to shared memory. And then we're going to attempt to write it and break some of our security guarantees. So first of all, we're going to open the file. We're going to mmap it, which is going to set up a shared copy on write mapping. So here we can see, say we had a root program that already had a mapping of this file. When we mmap it, it's going to set up a region in our user's virtual address space. And then when we touch it for the first time, it's going to set up a copy on write shared mapping. You'll see here that the user program has a read-only mapping for now because it's copy on write shared. Then the user is going to go and import that memory, noting that we're going to import it using the kbase ioctl mem import ioctl that we saw earlier. We're going to pass it that address that we just mapped. And we're explicitly going to set CPU read and write permissions, but only GPU read permissions. So we haven't asked for GPU write permissions. And then if we look through the code, it's going to allocate some structs, boring. It's going to keep track of what address that we're importing. It's going to call get user pages. Now, the problem here is when we look at get user pages, although we're not actually pinning the pages quite yet, it does check both the CPU and GPU write flags. So we haven't even reached our vulnerable code yet, and unfortunately we're already calling get user pages. We're checking against the CPU write flag, which we've set. So what's going to happen is get user pages is going to get called with this full write flag set here, which isn't good. Because what it means is that after we've allocated our structs, kept track of the address, and we call get user pages, it's going to follow the pointer to the underlying physical memory. It's going to see that that memory is shared between two different programs. It's copy on write. And so the kernel's going to be like, whoop, we can't write to this shared data. We're going to make a copy of it. And then the result is going to be saved, even though we're not saving the result, we've already duplicated the page. They're no longer shared. So when we go to actually submit a job to try and pin these pages for use by the kernel, using the pin user pages function, noting that because it only checks the GPU write flag, it's not going to set full write in this case. Even though full write is not set, the kernel is going to traverse the pointer to this underlying physical memory and get us a pointer to our duplicated copy, not the original one that we're trying to modify. So our exploit isn't successful here. We've attempted to write to some shared memory, but along the way to our vulnerable function, we've accidentally duplicated that memory, which is bad. So our copy on write mapping got broken during import before we could reach the vulnerable code. And in fact, if you look at the history of the code, you'll see that this line that thwarted us, it used to be the same security vulnerability where they only checked the GPU write flag. So yeah, we can see why they patched this, because this would have helped us exploit it. So this vulnerability isn't reachable, right? Unless if we could do something a little bit special. So we'll note here that when we imported the memory, it keeps track of the user-provided virtual address that they wanted to import. This is just a virtual address. The user controls their own virtual address space. And when it calls getUserPages, it's going to call getUserPages on that address, but it's not going to save it because the pages argument is null. So we have a reference to the user's virtual address, not the underlying physical memory. What happens if the user just like unmaps that data? They can do that. They have full control of their virtual address space. If they unmap it, now the kernel has a dangling pointer to some memory that's pointing to nothing. That seems weird. So we can call the unmap syscall. What else could we do? We could just like map some new memory in the exact same spot that was there before. Even better yet, we could map the same thing we had before, and this is going to set up a brand new copy on write mapping all over again. So we see here, we call munmap, which is going to cause the memory to become unmapped. We're going to call mmap again, which creates a new mapping for the libc library. And then we're going to touch that mapping for the first time, which is going to set up a new copy on write mapping. So here what we've done is effectively, by unmapping and remapping the memory all over again, we've forced it to become shared. Once again, we're breaking the kernel's security guarantees that there is shared memory, but somehow we have a write handle to it via the kernel. This is bad. And then eventually following through the rest of the code, so this has a handle to it via the user virtual address. When we call the job submit function, it's going to actually go and call pin user pages remote on that underlying memory. Because we haven't set the GPU write flag, it's not going to set full write, so this isn't going to trigger an unshare. And so what's going to happen is the kernel's going to get a pointer to that underlying physical memory, and it's all shared still. So far so good, the exploit's working. How do we actually read and write to that memory? Because we want to write to it, right? So we have a handle to a GPU region that's mapped to a read-only physical page. But the problem is we can't write to it from the GPU because we never set that GPU write flag. We also can't write to it from our CPU mapping because the problem is it's still a copy on write page. It's set as read-only. The second we attempt to write to that CPU page, even though we have CPU write permissions, it would trigger a copy on write break. And the kernel will make a new copy which would stop our exploit from working. Now, so what can we actually do here? Well, if we remember back to the beginning of the talk, when I was talking through about how we could allocate memory and map it into our address space, we used this GPU VA handle. And the idea was that we could go and call mmap on that GPU VA handle, and that would allow us to set up a mapping in our user address space to GPU memory. Well, this diagram that we saw is pretty similar to the situation we're in now. In both cases, we have a GPU VA handle that we have that's a handle to the underlying GPU memory. So what we could potentially do is we could turn this into yet another mapping. So if we just call mmap, providing this GPU VA handle, what will happen is the kernel will go and find the GPU virtual address region corresponding to that. It's going to check to see if we have CPU write permissions, which we do because we set the CPU write flag. And then it's going to map that into our CPU address space. So we've turned this handle into a new mapping, and then when we touch it for the first time by just like writing some data to it, what's going to happen is it's going to trigger a page fault. The page fault, all it's going to do is it's going to insert that mapping into our CPU address space using this VMF insert PFN prot function. And so now we have a second mapping here that's pointing to the same underlying physical memory, except this time we have both read and write permissions to it. So this is a success. We have some underlying physical memory that's shared between a user program and a root process, And we have both read and write access to it, which is violating core security guarantees. And we can just write arbitrary shellcode to this. We can start injecting malicious data, we can write malicious shellcode, and because this root program also maps this page in its libc, whenever it goes to try and execute some libc code, it's going to start running our malicious shellcode. So we can use this to pivot into root processes and do whatever we want. So yeah, so reading and writing to our new libmap page will modify libc in the page cache, which allows us to control what data root-owned processes will execute. So to summarize what we've seen here, the Mali driver has the ability to import pages into the kernel, and they'll be pinned using either get user pages or pin user pages. The pinning can be performed at import time, or as we've focused in this talk, by submitting a separate job later on. During the import, if write permissions are requested, get user pages is going to be called with fol write. Now this is correct and what should happen, because if you're trying to write to some pages, you should set fol write. And this will trigger a copy on write unshare to occur. The problem is, because only the user's virtual address is saved during import, not the underlying physical pages, the user is free to go and do whatever they want with those virtual addresses, unmap them, remap them, and they can re-establish broken copy on write mappings. Later, when we submit a job to actually pin those underlying pages, because of our vulnerable function, fol write is not set, even though we set the CPU write flag. And therefore that means that we'll get a new mapping to some shared memory, and then we can use this to write data to memory that's shared between root processes and unprivileged processes. So the two issues here, the patch fixes the second issue, but in my opinion, the patch doesn't actually fix the first issue here. The first issue isn't directly exploitable, like it's not like the driver is vulnerable today, but I can see how this could potentially lead to unintended behavior in the future if they went and changed it further. So how could this be exploited? I'm probably running short of time. Oh, maybe not. But I'm not going to get into a huge amount of detail because this is way more complex than even the stuff that I've talked about today. I highly encourage you to check out Starlab's blog posts because they have gone into a lot of detail on the exploitation side of it. I've only dived into the actual bug itself. But to give a bit of a summary of what they've done, so for context on Android, it has a bunch of sandboxing and like a lot of protections in place to stop apps from doing things that they shouldn't be able to. One primary protection known as SE Linux protects what like device drivers, files, etc. processors can access. And so a key step in exploiting a vulnerability is to disable SE Linux. And so Starlabs' chosen way of disabling SE Linux is they eventually want to load a kernel module, which is just a way of running code in the kernel. Now, because kernel modules are really powerful, the ability to load kernel modules is very, very locked down for good reason. So what they've got to do is they've got to do this complicated dance to eventually reach a spot where they can load a kernel module to disable SE Linux. The way they do it is they inject some code into libc++.so, which is running inside the init process, which is like the first process running on your Android phone. It has root privileges, it's pretty powerful. Problem is, even though that process is very powerful, it's normally sleeping and doesn't really do much except when it needs to be woken up to do some sort of specific task. So the way they're going to wake it up is they're going to write some code to another shared library that's used in another process called vold, and they're going to inject some code into that process which can communicate with init and tell it to wake up. Once init is being woken up, it's going to run this like neural network service which has some more permissions that init doesn't have for some reason. We're also going to overwrite the liblog library so that you can inject code into that neural network service and get code execution there. Once you've got code execution in that neural network service, you're going to write a malicious kernel module to the folder where you're allowed to put kernel modules. The reason why they use this neural network service is because it's one of the few things that actually has permissions to write to this folder. Then once we've written a kernel module to this folder, we're going to use init to run this script which has permissions to insert kernel modules. So that's going to go insert that module into the kernel using the binary called modprobe. And finally, we've got code execution inside the kernel, which is complete compromise of the system. One thing they do is they use that code execution to disable SE Linux checks so that processes can do whatever they want. And finally, from that root init process, they start a reverse shell. So as we can see at the bottom here, they're able to run ID and they get root, and SE Linux is disabled. So this is just a very brief overview. It's complicated. Please feel free to ask me about it later. I encourage you to check out their blog posts because they've done a far better job of it than I ever could. So yeah, this is all I have to talk about today. Thank you very much for listening. If you found this interesting, I encourage you to apply for a job with us at InfoSect. Our email's there. Alternatively, if you have any questions, feel free to email that or ask me after the presentation. I do intend on writing this up as a blog post at some point. I've been promising Kylie I'll write it up for the past 6 months and haven't done it yet, but I will at some point. And all the blog posts that I mentioned during this talk are on this slide, so please feel free to take pictures. Yeah, pictures. Yeah.
Any questions for Angus? Questions?
I know there was a lot there, so welcome any and all questions. But yeah.
I just want to say that I think your presentation was really good. Like, it's very challenging for computer science topics like that to convey it in a way that's easy to follow step by step. So whether
Thank
it's
you.
the code diagrams, you did really well.
Thank you. Feel free to come ask me afterwards if you have any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Angus.
There we go.
Just get your lapel mic for your lanyard as well.
Oh yes, that seems kind of useful. Shall I plug it in to charge?
Actually, we're going to go straight to the next speaker. So, oh yeah, look, a little squirt can't help. Can't hurt.
Is it where you get access to these content slides? It doesn't connect to the start.
To the slides.
Yeah.
They're not in their public at the moment, but I will write up a blog post that'll have all of the diagrams and all the text from the slides.
Where can I find that?
If you go to if you take a photo of this, I'll upload it to this blog at some point in the future. If you keep an eye out there, alternatively, if you shoot an email to us, I can get in touch and I can send it through to you.
Yeah, of course, thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Do any of you have any questions?
What are the languages coming from? That's the car video.
Did you get given a coin and bits?
Oh, no, I didn't give him a coin. He's still around. I've got to just stop and start.
The prestigious BSides challenge, right? Thank you very much.
That's very cool.
Sorry I missed the closing. I'm trying to sort out some fires outside.
Thank you so much for allowing me to present.
No, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Lee.
Lee?
Yeah. How you doing? Did you get printed out okay?
No,
as well, with several technical requirements. But fortunately, with ChatGPT, we can also fine-tune our prompt to request for more user-friendly methods. Over here, I noted that there is a suggestion to try this thing called ollama, which through the Linux command line, and since I was familiar with Linux from my experience as a penetration tester, I gave it a try. To my surprise, actually it was installed and worked quite smoothly, but then I noticed some problems. In this slide, I managed to successfully download and install the local LLM and got it working, but as I've learned in my initial testing, it could only recall events up to 2019, and that is literally before COVID. So I had a feeling that this was going to be actually harder than I thought. Now, so most basic tutorials actually, when you actually Google for them, they will actually teach us how to install a lightweight generative AI model, such as ollama, but it's actually not very useful for our real work here, because the models are usually outdated, and usually it's difficult, if not impossible, to actually upload files on the command line. And it's also not very smart compared to modern models such as ChatGPT or DeepSeek. So actually, after that, it's back to square one. And I continued my research into solutions that allow the local upload of local files, which will make it more relevant and helpful. I came across this solution called Neo4j. It claimed that it could do lots of awesome things, but some of you may notice, right, it's a Google sponsored result. And as you know, the rule of thumb, never to click sponsored results. So it wasn't actually really helpful and asked for payment for many services. Here's another result that I found. It allows us to check with any PDF, but of course you see the red flag there that says 7-day free trial. So most of the solutions that I counted at this stage actually will either be too complicated, or they will actually ask for payment, which would be all of them will end up as dead ends. So the struggles of research, this is there. So along my journey, I came across this term called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. RAG is a method that enhances AI models by combining their knowledge with external information sources. Instead of relying only on what the model was trained on, RAG can retrieve up-to-date or specialized documents before generating a response. This approach makes answers more accurate, reliable, and grounded in real data. It is called RAG because it retrieves info first, then augments its answer with it. So my next step was to use Google again, and this time to build my own RAG and run it locally. I had found some promising results and tutorials. Even though they did seem a little heavy, I was willing to give them a try, especially when I had a programming and coding background. So, you know, good things never come easy. However, this phase of experimentation was actually the worst. I encountered many errors, dependency issues, and overall many frustrations when I was trying to follow the tutorials in practice. And this was even with a programming and coding background. So this step actually took days and weeks as I jumped from tutorial after tutorial, trying to follow the steps to get a single solution to work. So in the end, I decided that actually I was barking up the wrong tree. A good solution shouldn't be so troublesome and frustrating to set up. I cleared my mind and revisited the problem from another angle. As I have suggested, the problems from my previous research was that the solutions were expensive and technically challenging. So I refined my search query to Gen AI, RAG, free, open source, easy. Lo and behold, I came across a promising solution on Reddit, Anything LLM by Minplex Labs. So I went to check it out. This all-in-one AI application, chat with docs, use AI agents and more, fully locally and offline. Well, this was certainly getting somewhere. Leverage powerful AI tooling with no setup. That's perfect, especially after my frustrations with setting up previously. And full privacy, which addressed my problems of sending sensitive data to third parties. So there we have it. Anything LLM, free and open source. I'm going to walk through quickly how to install it and set up on your computer. then show a demo. First, you download the program, give it a quick Google search. It's called Anything LLM by Minplex Labs. Then the next step is to install the program. Then we proceed to the setup and configuration phase. We set up the LLM preference. I'm going with the default, which is Anything LLM. Then I read the data. I read the page on data handling and privacy and move forward. This page requests for your email, which I skip it and move forward. This page is where you name your first workspace, which I name my BSides setup. Finally, we get to the dashboard. Before we can use the chats, we have to download and set up an LLM model. So click the settings icon on the bottom left. Click the LLM tab, where you can see the LLM models available. If you're not familiar with any of them, just click the default first option, which will be Llama 3.2. Click the desired LLM model, and you save changes. After the model is downloaded, we can proceed to chat. Go to the chat function and test that it's working. But we didn't download this program just for a simple chatbot. We can also upload our own custom documents, allowing the model to learn new information. So you can click either of these icons. An upload page like this will open. Click on the bottom box to proceed. I've uploaded some documents to the general workspace. Now I can choose to move it to a particular workspace. I click my BSides setup workspace, scroll down, and click Save and Embed. The documents are now uploaded to my BSides setup workspace. All right, and that's done. I will now provide a demo to show you the power of this solution. Here, we ask the LLM, what is BSides Perth, and what it is about. And it answers perfectly based on the information uploaded, even including helpful content such like the official schedule links and social media links. In the next test, I asked the LLM something a little bit more specific, checking if it's able to find out the address and email of BSides Perth. And it got both of these answers correct. As you can see, the LLM is able to parse and understand the uploaded information and answer basic questions about it, making it very useful for GRC work, where the work requires processing of many long and wordy documents. So there we have it. Today, I've introduced all of you a generative AI solution, Anything LLM, which is free and open source. Easy and intuitive to set up, and assures data privacy, able to upload custom documents, and it's also customizable for advanced users. I hope you have found my presentation useful. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lee. Any questions for Lee?
I can't hear him.
So a bit louder, Michael.
Did you do any speed comparisons between Anything LLM or Llama?
Oh, speed comparisons? No, because right now, the focus of my project is actually to use local AI for work reasons. So speed wasn't a concern. It was more of the features and the data privacy that was involved.
Is this running locally on your workstation, or is this in like a cloud service?
It's running locally on my workstation, but you can also install it on your network. So your network can actually serve multiple workstations if you want to use it in the office server, for example.
Okay.
You uploaded documents. Can you also monitor it with your storage area network?
Sorry?
Can you monitor the storage area network
So can
from
you use
your...
it with your storage area network?
Oh yeah, you can use the model. You can upload it to a server, and then you can upload your documents to that model itself. Yeah, and then you can use the information as part of your work or part of your research.
Oh, right at the back. can it use uploaded PDFs as a reference to answer questions on other PDFs? Is that right?
So, for example, if I were to upload information regarding how URLs work, well, let's say Llama can have that information, and I had a massive URL that I wanted the LLM model to analyze, would it be able to use those uploaded documents as a reference for the analysis?
Okay, so for this LLM itself, it actually parses all of the information in the PDFs. So you use it depends on your prompt, and it will actually parse the information and analyze all the information as part of a general pool of knowledge. Yeah.
Was there any size or file limits?
Oh, I haven't checked that out, but you can probably check it out on the website itself. I didn't build this. It's more of like a research for, yeah. My PDFs were like only 1 to 2 MB. Okay. Yeah. Oh.
What's the rough specs you use just to run this basic test?
Oh, this is my work laptop.
i7.
Yeah. But I do recommend that one of the minimum requirements is to get a GPU, for it's going to make it run faster, but this will actually take a while because using a CPU. Yeah.
One of the issues, I think, with using online models and LLM services for security is there's often guardrails built in that gives chatbots a reluctance to talk about technical content related to like hacking and pen testing.
Yeah.
Have you found that those guardrails still exist with the models and the software that you've been using?
I have not tried it because right now my focus is on GRC, which is actually, they don't really have much guardrails for GRC. Most of the time it's guardrails for offensive security, like, yeah. So, I've tried it. So you could actually play around with it, play with some of the models that they actually allow you to download. There are tons of them. And maybe you can find out yourself, yeah?
Oh, one more in the middle.
If you've got it in that network environment, can you kind of point it to directories, for example, to sort of analyze other than having that upload?
Good question. I have not tried it. I don't think it's able to pull the directives automatically. You will probably have to click the folder. It can upload by folder. So you do have to. I do know you have to upload it manually. Yeah.
And the last one was just like version control. Like how do you actually upgrade the versions?
Upgrade the version of this software. Yeah, it's open source. So you're gonna have to upload it. You're going to have to download it and repatch it to a new version. Yeah.
Cool. All right, thanks, Lee. Thanks for coming to Perth.
Thank you so much. And a selfie with all of them.
So we cover your face if you do not want to be in it.
All right.
And be kind.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time in
thank
Perth.
you. Yeah.
Here tomorrow as well?
Probably not. Yeah.
Okay. No
yeah.
worries.
Awesome. Okay. Oh yeah. Awesome. Time for lunch.
That's really interesting.
Great, grab a seat, settle down or kick off the afternoon.
Cool. Cable. So display all the CTF flags, perfect.
Cool, all right, we'll just get the AV set up.
Yeah.
How was the pizza? Pretty good? Yeah, it's always good. Timing seemed to work. Perfect. Alrighty, everyone's full, had drinks, stay hydrated. I will hand over to Adam for hunting in the safari zone. Adam, over to you.
Hello, hello. Okay, so this is going to be a very fun talk. I got a lot of slides and a lot of random stuff I have that is a lot of anecdotes. To start with, if you want the slide deck, there it is. Save yourself the headache. I'm not going to just like make everyone take photos of slides if you want to know about something. We're going to talk a little bit about the history of safari zoning, the idea of like applying internal techniques externally, some fun vulnerabilities, and yeah, maybe dropping tools, who's to say. Anyway, if you don't know who I am, you've not been to BSides Perth enough. I've been here since the first one, just teaching people how to lockpick. Some of you may know me as the guy who teaches you how to lockpick, or that guy over there, he does the thing. I like to release unlicensed tools because I don't like licenses on software. I just like to let people do things. Yeah, anyway, so let's talk about safari zoning. For people who don't know, you know, there's multiple terms for safari zoning. The idea is basically that hunting free-range vulnerabilities out in the wild. This was really popular with Shodan, like very early on when that came out. People loved hunting for cameras and everything else. And I've had a few friends who started reviving this in private little channels over the days. And it's always cool to like find things in the wild and go, I've probably seen that like on a client job or something. Or just digging into something just for fun. When I do JJob, though, as a pen tester, all I do is I dig through file shares half the time because so much good stuff is in file shares. You can get so much good lootage out of file shares. Seriously, it's amazing. Most people love it because it's very easy to get to. It's always available with AD. And most people with fresh user credentials can somehow reach HR's information in 2 clicks. Those default Snaffler rules kind of suck, so I kept making my own rules and patching Snaffler. Mike, please add compressed file support, I swear. But one of my favorite ones are these ones. These are beautiful compressed files and virtual disk files. They're everywhere on the internet, everywhere. And I like to find weird ways of getting impact. So virtual disk files are really common because you can pull out credentials out of them all the time. Most of them are actually just the image of a Windows machine. Sometimes you literally just have people put NTDS in a zip file. I'm not going to announce what client that was, but boy, it happens. Sometimes you just have offline media as well, ISO files for SCCM, that's always fun. But there's a lot of different ways that you can find weird data in stuff you just don't expect. And I get bored a lot. It's a chronic problem, terminal for some places. We'll get to why in a sec, but I like to just find weird stuff and dig into it. And, you know, I like to dig into random stuff. And recently I've been looking around at public file shares, which is always fun. And open storage blobs are basically just file shares on the internet half the time. If you just consider it the same thing, it'll make your life 100 times easier. If you haven't dealt with this sort of stuff before, stuff like open S3 buckets, services like Grey Hat Warfare automatically index all of it. And I love to use it as a jumping off point. You just search up a couple of interesting phrases, you dig in, you go, wait, they put what on the internet? Yeah, easy to use, it's basically just Google. I'm not here to promote a particular tool, but look, what if we used it like Snaffler, right? We just search for extensions, keywords, download it, pass it locally.
see if we can find some fun stuff with it. Cool part that makes my life easy, they offer an API. The API sucks sometimes though. Like seriously, do not like try and build your own version of parsing this API, it is a nightmare. Add some post-processing just because Azure file locks have a whole story behind it where if you have a mounted file system running or try and open a file that's already open in another Azure instance, it's a whole weird stupidness. Anyway, I drew the rest of the owl and just added tools that did all this. And it came out with some really interesting stuff. You can't see the extensions very well, but that's all VHD files. So virtual disks of random people online. Now, we're going to get into some actual stories of how this stuff happens. And I'm being very careful about what I say with some of this, because some of these are still in disclosure. I'm being very general, vague, and I'm actively putting disinformation in this talk purely so you can't figure it out. But we're going to start with my first personal favorite one. I was over at Y, and I was able to have a really fast internet. I have really bad internet at home. And I decided to download massive files of VHDX files. And one of them spoke to me, and it was just a fast food restaurant name. And my favorite hacker tool, 7-Zip, you just open it up. It's great. Opened up, oh look, that's a full Windows directory. This was just one file for a single branch of one fast food location in the US. And you know, it had some interesting stuff inside, build scripts, hard-coded credentials for loading users in there, HR information, payroll with social security numbers, some fun things. And some weird software. What's that weird software? Well, this is where we get to the fun stuff. I like hunting weird software because every vendor has their own weird software that's made in-house, and it's always the best. So we're going to call this one Instant Service, and it's basically like a middleware service. The idea is that restaurants don't want to deal with all of the back-of-house stuff. They just want to get things done. It's all written in .NET, exe.config files, dumped FTP creds, Azure file storage, and web endpoints in there. The web endpoints made me really interested, though. I'm waiting for people to realize. So it turns out that the credentials in there were for every instance that they've ever had on the internet. And it was hard-coded. So anyone can just take this username, password, look up an instance that's currently running for this, and connect to it. I'm sure there's nothing bad that could happen from this. Anyway, there's a bunch of stuff over there, S3 credentials as well, database backups. I mean, this file name says it all. Some CloudFormation scripts and logs. The fact that I'm just passing over all of that should really say how bad this kept going. And stuff like SSH credentials, and I'm not crazy enough to go and test if those work. Not in the slightest. Anyway, partway through this, I started seeing the AWS keys getting rotated. So immediately I started reporting it as fast as I physically could. I hadn't even completed the full research into it. I was about maybe 4 or 5 days in and went, yeah, I probably need to go get this dealt with. Part of why I'm calling out is that there was no response to these. This happens a lot if you deal with vulnerability research. You will find that a lot of people don't want to talk to you. They just want to get the thing shoved under the rug for now. But now we're coming back to Australia. This one's a little bit more interesting. I love to search up keywords for very specific things. And I was looking at Intune because I thought, maybe if I look at Intune, treat it like SCCM. But one that popped up was this, just said deploy. Deploys are always fun. And this one's a major company. I'm intentionally not listing who they are. This happens. Anyway, you download and unzip it, and it's the entire Jira instance. My personal favorite was when
for people who haven't tried to like export Jira and go through it, it gives you multi-gigabyte XML files that you have to go through. If you try and read through that with a standard text editor, it's going to crash 90% of the time. So you have to paginate it every time, and it is not fun to go through. Some of the fun stuff, though, was stuff about supply chain security and chats about the IR playbooks for this exact situation. So found the issue Wednesday afternoon. I emailed their head of risk, got a response, sent an email back, and the issue was all sorted out. I actually wrote the email while I was taking off on a plane, which was a very fun time because I was like typing it and hoping that it sent, and then I landed in Amsterdam and went, oh good, it actually sent like hours ago. But, you know, you get bored and you'll go to check things again. And I checked back a month later. And there were still files there, a couple of other extra ones. Some interesting ones that I didn't bother to validate. Mainly because I find that if you start using credentials for Entra from a random location, you trigger off a couple of incidents. Just a couple. But yeah, Jira and ServiceNow, GitHub, all just in JSON blob, a couple of gigs. You can actually probably still find the location for this, but it's been removed now. Emailed them. I made sure to include the recommendation to please remove all of these files off the internet. Got a response making sure that I didn't keep a copy of all of the GitHub repos. That was the only response I got. That and a brief thank you. But this is, yeah, there's a whole lot more to that story. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, it really does just show that like, this is not isolated. It's not one company doing this. A lot of people have it and it's really hard to notice. Now this one, I'm going to preface with, this is still in disclosure, this next one. So it's gonna be fun. So the other fun one I'd like to look for is deployment, because people love to just put deployment buckets out there. A lot of random S3 files. One of them was a K8's deployment script. For preface, this is an AI-based company. Basically, take all of your data from different locations, shove it into the LLM because this is a good idea. And you know, it's the classic company goes fast, breaks stuff. Anyway, they just hard-coded the ECR credentials in there. It was quite literally just in a README. But technically it had full scope as admin on AWS as well. Don't know why they chose to do that. That was a choice. But you know what? I prefer finding better vulnerabilities than this. I'm better than this. So I dug in more. And you know, I like to look at what's there, what's available, what's in the software, how does it work. And you know, between all the hard-coded credentials that they put in for K8s and the fact that they use Erlang, who uses Erlang in the world? Seriously. Yeah, there was a bunch of weird stuff in there, but luckily it's a K8 stack where they just had a middleware service in the front, and that covers most of the stuff. So I had limited access. Even though they hard-coded the JWT token for authentication, it wasn't really abusable because the way they did it was something a little bit interesting. They referenced a GUID in there, and every time you log in, it will send you a GUID and check, hey, is that UUID logged in or not in the database? And then say, no. So at least they did that right. For some of you, if you can't tell, I love to lead people into this stuff. So this fun little bot login request that you can send is one of the few middleware exposed services. I don't know why this was exposed. It's never meant to be exposed, but it is. And all you do is you supply a hard-coded auth header and a GUID of the user that you're trying to sign into. And this bypasses full login auth. You just get straight through to it. But how do you get a GUID? Because you know, I might be pretty smart, but I can't predict GUIDs. For some reason, they exposed a path for Airflow DAG Manager. So this
was hard-coded as well for the username password again. And inside of there was IDP secrets for being syncing across users, login and sync accounts, and the data sources being synced. But it always had the GUID inside. That made life a lot easier. So, now that we were able to log in, you can do some interesting authenticated requests. First off, you can request the users and return all their GUIDs once you've authenticated once. Then you can return all of the IDP secrets and AI's API key from a simple web request. I've never seen a software in my life where you can return the IDP secret from a web request. Return SMTP credentials, and something that was weird was when you requested the data sources, they returned in an encrypted format. For no reason. And that made me question, how does it actually do that? How is it encrypting something on the server side and then it's outbounding with unencrypted credentials? Well, it was a jar file in the same S3 bucket. And if you just pulled it out, it had the hard-coded AES key and null IV. And yeah, then you get to write a fun end-to-end exploit where you just log into Airflow, view all the logs, return the GUID of that user, return the request for all of the other GUIDs, and then log into each user, decrypt their secrets for data connections locally, and extract the IDP secrets and SMTP configuration. And I'm sure there's no threat actors who are abusing, IDP configurations or trying to log into locations from IDP secrets. Absolutely not. I did try to find a way to redact this enough where I could show a POC video, but I can't. I've tried. I spent like 8 hours in After Effects trying to censor everything, and I couldn't. All I'm going to say is the next fact's going to be fun. Anyway, at this time, disclosure is still in progress. Caesar's basically just like, no, unless you email this to the vendor, we're not going to deal with it anymore. It used to be that you could just throw stuff at Caesar and they would just disclose it for you, which was annoying. 30 days with no vendor response, and I've started going directly to the affected companies and saying, hey, your software's on the internet. Here's your IDP secret. It's a fun way to do it. But a big thing out of this that I'm going to try and highlight is disclosure's hard. Anyone who's done vulnerability disclosure knows this. And none of us are lawyers. If you are a lawyer in here, oh boy. And if you ever find a lawyer who says they know exactly that you are doing everything legally, don't hire them. There's a fun anecdote in the US, which is that there are references in law that state other laws in other countries that reference other laws in other countries. So there's no way to know that every jurisdiction that you're following the law for is correct, and that exists everywhere. And there's a lot of different ways that you can disclose things. At the moment, this is what I've been saying for most of it. Caesar's basically not taking vulnerabilities if you do vulnerability disclosure unless you've already disclosed it to other ones. ASD won't return an email unless you pop a big 4. DIVD seems to be trying to do good stuff. They have some interesting laws around basically just being able to hack things to verify as long as for the greater good. Full disclosure, personally, I'm not a fan of just yeeting stuff on the internet and saying, here's the vulnerability, good luck. And I don't want to go on LinkedIn and say, hey, I hacked this company. Please point a target at my back. But creating burner emails and yeeting it over the fence is always priceless. Now, part of this was I spent a lot of time digging into VHDX files. And as much as I love the hacker tool known as 7-zip, I can't use it for everything because manually passing through every single VHDX file is a nightmare. So, as a fun note, this is still an area of research. You can go right now and test yourself. This is 100% working. You can go onto anywhere and just download a bunch of VHDX files for fun. So why not just take a system similar to Snaffler, so going through a virtual disk file, passing through all the contents with a basic rules-based system, because I like looking at both file system and registry files, do both of them at the same time. There's a really interesting tool called a disk reader written in Python that does most of this. but it's a CLI tool, therefore I hate it. It doesn't have a file close handler. It literally has a pass function for it. Impact read registry, rich because I like nice output. Read the file system without mounting the disk, so just make your life easier. Go through all of the individual partitions of the disk, pass through all of it, extract the information. I'm just literally painting over the owl for this at this stage. Full JSON schema, still in work in progress, but you can extract, load, walk, and dump the registry keys and values out of anything. So you get a nice little JSON rule like this, where you've got a set of registry files for the SAM, system security and software, and this will just extract it directly into your local file system to make life easy. Now, when you're doing this at scale, let's say 2,000 virtual disk files in 4 hours, this makes your life a lot easier. And you can do things like this, where you say, I want to pull the tenant information out of the local machine file and pull out where that machine is enrolled in for Azure. Anyway, it's already been released, it's on GitHub, and as the open source adage goes, it's open source. If you want a feature, feel free to add it. I've kind of written enough spec in there that you can kind of figure out how this stuff is working. I've made it very open. Feel free to contribute. I don't mind. And because I'm of course a thought leader, I need to offer the classic, what did we learn? Please go check your file stuff. Like, make sure you're not just leaving everything for public read. If you're a defender, I'm sorry, good luck. If you're an attacker, enjoy the next 6 months of this being the rest of your job. And seriously, stop putting BHD files on the internet. The fact that I didn't even include the fact that I just found a full domain controller in here, in this talk, really says a lot. So yeah, that's it. I think I did pretty good on time. Any questions? No.
Any other questions? One of that.
So the legality is like blurry, so if you have offset facts, like you use a VPN when doing this and things like that?
No. The more that you try to anonymize yourself, the more likely you are to be perceived as an attacker. It's better to try and, most of my work here is all public interest. I'm trying to encourage people to go fix these problems. If you go out of your way to hide yourself and make it harder to find who you are and what you're doing, it makes it very hard to defend that you're doing something in the public interest. So.
So are these decent steps, sort of starter steps to actually take when you're wanting to have a hobby in this?
In Safari zoning?
Generally.
I would not follow this as a guide for anything if you want to stay out of prison.
I thought this was a Pokemon talk.
In the future. Yep.
Oh, I was going to make a joke. now that you've cracked military grade AES encryption, what's the next step?
People stop putting their PKI certificates and all of their PKI servers on the internet.
How did you get a QR code to the link to the slide deck in the slide deck?
I exported it as a PDF and had a static link. Yes.
Where can we find the slide deck?
Yes.
What is the funniest or weirdest thing that you found with all these these images? Maybe weird configurations, just really bad or outdated software.
I found a Nessus server.
I wish that was a joke.
Cool beans.
Oh, yep.
Would you consider integrating your tool with SnapFlow as like an optional module to sort of like auto-run basically on image files?
SnapFlow doesn't support compressed file stuff. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I last remembered the comment, it literally says to do from 2023. Harass Mike Loss.
Have you ever thought about public shaming through journalism instead?
That's a very fast way to find out how quickly lawyers can get onto you. I prefer to just have an anonymous email that I try to do the best OPSEC I can to yeet it over the fence. And if that doesn't work, well, full disclosure is also an option, but I just don't like doing that first.
Journalists always pay good money for good stories.
I'm not in this for the money. I'm here for being able to laugh at things and go, why the hell is this on the internet? Nope.
What size were the customers of that AI software? Were they small startups?
GDP of a country. You already know the answer to that one, huh?
Cool. Well, thanks a lot. Thank you very much, Adam. Have a prestigious challenge for to strap this one on. So this one's for the live stream.
Ah, okay.
This one's for the room. So
Got it.
cool. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over now to Gia talking about primitives of security audits. take it away.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Hi, testing. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. Thank you for taking the time to attend my talk. And this is my third time speaking, but I hope that by the end you'll have some takeaways. My name is Jao. You can just call me Ja. That's me over there with a black cockatoo, red tail. I'm currently a consultant at LTEM, where we help our clients secure their assets through pen testing and other services. On my spare time, I do have interest in web security research. So a question for everyone before we get started is, when was the last time you dived into how various libraries are actually implemented? So there are plenty of informative talks these days about finding vulnerabilities that follow certain bug patterns. They can be very useful when you're learning about the different classes of bugs. However, as you will see, hardened targets are less likely to have this sort of grabbable bugs or low-hanging fruits. And at some point, it's going to be useful to audit libraries in order to identify these primitives that we can potentially misuse. So that will be the main aim of this sharing today, using a case study as using Jakarta Mail as an example. So we'll first look at the background of Jakarta Mail, followed by a short primer on encoded email strings. And then I'll be sharing about various primitives that I found in Jakarta Mail, namely the internet address and my message classes. Similarly, primitives in Spring Framework will also be shared, and we'll end the sharing with email annotation from Hibernate. So what exactly is Jakarta Mail, and why is it not called Java Mail? Well, the Java Enterprise Edition name can be very confusing, especially when we see that Java 2 was renamed to Java, and then just losing the word Java altogether. So Java 2 Enterprise Edition, or J2EE, was released back in 1999, and this saw the introduction of specifications relating to enterprise technologies, such as enterprise Java beans, Java server pages, and JNDI. And in 2006, J2EE was renamed to remove the number 2, and Java Enterprise Edition 5 was released. And we see big changes such as the introduction of annotations. And finally, in 2019 and beyond, Java EE was renamed to Jakarta Enterprise Edition after being handed over to the Eclipse Foundation, as Oracle still owns the trademark to the name Java. So if you are curious, there's a lot of backstory regarding the change of ownership from Sun Microsystems to Oracle, and finally to Eclipse, where development is currently at. And yeah, this is just a view of the full timeline. And as of today, the latest version is Jakarta E11, with 12 being in the works. So where does Jakarta Mail reside in this Jakarta EE platform? Think of the Jakarta EE platform as a container, and there's a different bunch of different modules. And within this container, there are even smaller containers known as profiles, which comprises of a subset of Java components. And so developers looking to create a compliant framework will have to refer to this list. And some frameworks that we may be familiar with are Apache Tom EE, IBM WebSphere, or Eclipse Glassfish. The component that we are looking at today is Jakarta Mail, and it is part of the Jakarta EE platform. And during my research, I examined the Jakarta Mail version 2.1, which is the latest version released since Jakarta E10. And according to the website, 2.2 will be released with Jakarta E12. If we look at the Jakarta Mail page, we can see that there's only one known implementation, which is Angus Mail. And with that, we roughly know what Jakarta EE and Jakarta Mail are. I'm going to sidetrack for a bit and give a very quick primer on encoded strings in email addresses. And I want to give a shout out to Gareth from Potswigger, who published a very detailed write-up on potential misuses with encoded strings in email addresses. So please go take a look at his write-up and presentation if you haven't already done so, because it's super interesting. And so during my research into Jakarta Mail, I remembered this write-up, and I wanted to extend his research to see if there were any issues with this library. Although I did not find any, I believe a quick sharing on what encoded strings are can still be very useful when testing email address parsings in applications. This is because developers may not be aware that email parsing libraries they are using actually may allow and pass encoded emails. So in case you are not already aware like I was, email addresses can contain encoded strings,
mainly due to email protocols needing a way to transport non-ASCII characters. This is defined in RFC 2047 and is supported by Jakarta Mail. And the syntax is as such. So encoded strings are wrapped in the equal and question mark symbols and consist of 3 distinct sections delimited with a question mark symbol. The first section specifies the char sets, and UTF-8 is one of a commonly supported one. And the next section is the encoding, which can either be B for base 64 or Q for quoted strings. Finally, there is the encoded text, which is where the payload goes. So this is an example email address that is RFC 2047 compliant, and let's deconstruct them into the different sections. There we go. And so what can we do with such an email address? So in Gareth's research, a misuse scenario was he was able to inject an encoded null byte to terminate the email address early. So you can think of it as being similar to like a null byte injection in PHP strings. This led to a differential between what is saved as a user's email address by the application and the email address where the emails are actually being sent to. Keep this in mind as we will look into this differential later. So that was a very quick primer on what encoded strings, encoded email strings are. And we will now move on to the interesting primitives from Jakarta Mail. And the main focus will be on internet address and my message classes, which are shipped by default. How I found the primitives was quite interesting, as it was just another day of reviewing our customers' applications when I saw a reference to the native Jakarta Mail's internet address class. I decided to just take a quick look at the constructor to see how the input is actually being passed. So in Java, you can have multiple constructors for any object, as long as they have different like method signatures. And in internet address class, I guess it's for different scenarios. And the intention is to take in an email address string and pass it through its pass method, which will validate the email address for RFC 822 compliance. Afterwards, the email address and the personal name will be assigned to the object itself. So there are 2 other constructors over here, and one takes in 2 and 3 strings arguments respectively. Do you see anything interesting here? I'm not too sure if you can see from the back. But anyway, if you look at what the code is doing, or even the comments, we can see that the constructors are actually just straight up using the input without even calling the pass method. And it is quite interesting because the one argument constructor will actually do the pass method to check if the input is RFC compliant. But when you see the 2 constructors over here, it doesn't call the pass method. It may be an intentional design for whatever reason, but the fact that this inconsistent behavior between the different constructors can catch developers off guard. Just to do a sanity check, I went ahead and tested it out. So I attempt to initialize an internet address object with an invalid string, and only the single argument constructor will throw an exception. So yes, this behavior definitely can catch people off guard. So that's the first primitive from this class. We can move on to the next one. Let's look at the pass method next, and we can see how it can cause confusion when passing complex email addresses. In the implementation, the method takes in a single string and attempts to pass it according to RFC 822. Let's use this email address here as an example. It has an email address wrapped in the angle brackets, followed by another email address. How do you think it's going to be passed? Well, it seems that the library will only take the portion in the angle brackets as the actual email address. So you might be wondering what is the implication of such a behavior. Let's imagine a scenario here. For example, let's say there's an application that identifies users via their email addresses, and maybe for their own developers, they grant special privileges to accounts from the foo.com domain. If the registration is not restrictive enough, we could use the example email address earlier to register. Notice that the string ends with the @foo.com. We know from earlier that the email will actually be sent to the address in the angle brackets. So let this be our attacker control email address. Finally, we also assume that when granting special privileges, the application does a simple match by just looking for the last index of the @ symbol and use the remaining of the string. So this pattern is actually quite common from what I've seen. And it basically trusts that the internet address constructor ensures that the input is a valid email string. However, what the developer thinks is a valid email string may not be the same as what the parser thinks is a valid email string. This means we can now register accounts with special privileges granted to the foo.com domain while verifying it through our attacker-controlled example.com address. And so this simple example demonstrates how an expectation mismatch between developers and the email address parsers could lead to high-impact vulnerabilities in applications. From the parser's perspective, it is simply passing the input according to RFC standards. Something else to think about is that this concept is not just limited to web applications, but also other types of services that rely on passing email address to establish identities. Well, what about encoded email addresses? This was where I tried to apply Garrel's research to see if null bytes or any other special characters could break the parser. Unfortunately, the getAddress method does not perform any form of decoding on the email address component, so we can't do any encoding tricks over here. Before we move on to the next method, I'd like to draw your attention to the parse method. And the comment says that it's an ad hoc mess and it's not a perfect parser. We got to look at it ourselves. And basically, it's just like 450 lines of intensive positional checks, and it's really a mess. Yeah, if you're motivated to look into the exact implementation, I will not be too surprised if you can find some flaws over here. Okay, so the next method is also from the internet address class. It's the getGroup method, and it attempts to return an array of internet addresses from the current group address. So you might be wondering what is a group address. It's basically a special string over here that has the following syntax. So it has a group name followed by colon, and after the colon is 0 or more email addresses with a comma as a delimiter, and the entire sequence is terminated with a semicolon. So a group address is different from like a mailing list address that we might think of when we are thinking of a group of email addresses. And it will be passed successfully if we supply this string. And yeah, you'll get passed successfully through the internet address constructor. And if we run the getAddress method to retrieve the parsed email, it simply returns the entire string as it is. And yeah, now we know that a group address is a valid RSC 822 syntax and will pass the validation. One example of misusing this primitive could perhaps be maybe rejects denial of service, where supplying a group address may somehow cause catastrophic backtracking. Just an example. And that's it for the internet address. We'll look at the other class, which is myMessage. So this class is used to represent the message envelope, which typically includes the email headers and the body. What's interesting here is that when passing certain email headers, such as from, reply to, and subject, you will call internet address pass header method to process them. And in this pass header method, you will call the pass method that we just saw earlier. And so what this means is that the primitives applicable to internet address are also valid through the myMessage class. So these are the few myMessage constructors that takes in an email envelope as input and passes the from, reply to, and subject headers via the internet address pass method. If you happen to come across an application that calls any of these constructors with user-supplied email envelopes, be sure to take a closer look at how it uses this input. And we'll take a look at this sample email envelope here. We'll pass it using the myMessage constructor. We are using encoded strings here to demonstrate that values in these headers are actually decoded by the myMessage class. This is just some sample code I used to pass this envelope. So it basically calls the constructor to read the envelope as an input stream. And the output is that we can actually confirm that encoded values in these particular headers will be decoded automatically. So coming to the potential misuse scenario, for example, maybe we assume that the application takes in an input email envelope file, and maybe it has some filter to strip away any deny listed words from the input. To bypass this check, attacker can simply supply encoded strings of the banned words. And when the application calls the myMessage constructor to create the email object, the encoded strings are automatically decoded, subverting the filter. So in this scenario, we see that if an application is unaware that the myMessage constructor actually performs input processing, in particular decoding encoded strings, it can potentially just bypass the validation logic. Yeah, so another interesting method in the myMessage class is the getRecipient method. This method retrieves a header value from the email envelope according to the argument type. And there are 4 acceptable types which are all defined as a Java enum. And the interesting one that we'll be looking at is news groups. Observe that if the recipient type is news groups, the getHeader method will be called to retrieve the values from the news group header. The getHeader method also concatenates values from duplicate headers with a delimiter, which is a comma in this case. And what this means is that this method actually accepts duplicate news group headers, and this edge case may not be obvious to developers. So let's look at how the concatenated value is being passed. In the pass method, it basically splits the input string by commas and inserts them into an array list of news address objects. And the issue can be found in the news address constructor. So observe that the code does not perform any kind of validation, which is just except to strip white spaces. And if you look at the comments, it also does not throw any exception if any malformed input is received. The exact implication of this will have to depend on how an application actually uses the news group header values. And having duplicate header values itself may also cause potential parsing issues if developers do not handle them well. So this is just a simple example of this. So here are multiple news group headers in an email envelope. And if you pass it with myMessage, the result is a list of group address, news group address with the spaces stripped. Yeah, so that concludes the section on the Jakarta Mail internet address and myMessage classes. We'll look at the couple of classes from Spring Framework next. And these classes all utilize Jakarta Mail library in one way or another. The package that we're looking at is the org.springframework.mail and its subpackage Java Mail, which contains support for Spring's mail infrastructure. And we'll be looking at the 4 classes shown here, which are all found in the Java Mail package except for the simple mail message. So there's this class called Internet Address Editor, which is used to prepare an internet address object from Jakarta library using a supplied email address input. If we look at the source, we can confirm that it simply just passes the input to the internet address constructor. So the following here is a simple use case. And since the input goes directly to the internet address constructor, the personal name field will be decoded if it's an encoded string. Unfortunately, as we have seen earlier, encoded email addresses are not decoded via the internet address constructor, and only the personal name section will be decoded. So a potential misuse of this behavior would maybe be phishing attacks. Let's say an application shows the personal name section of an email address. We can make it look like the email came from a different sender. And as for the remaining 3 classes, we'll look at them together as they are somewhat related. And these are the myMailMessage and its helper implementation, as well as the simple mail message classes. They are all implementations of the mail message interface. The simple mail message class has a similar primitive to the internet address editor that we just saw. The address field will all eventually make its way to the internet address.pass method. This will decode any encoded strings in the personal name field, which once again may catch developers off guard. And this is just some sample code that I used to confirm the behavior. So basically using an encoded email string here and confirming that the decoding occurs in the personal name section of the input address. So my mail message is another class. It's an abstract class that's used to represent the email object. And the helper class is the one that's used for handling the logic. One of the helper constructors will take in the my message object as well as a string, which can be sketchy if it's used unsafely. So the string in this constructor represents the encoding type of the encoded string. The constructor will actually create an encoded string for us if the personal name section contains at least one non-ASCII character using the encoding method that was specified. And once again, one implication is spoofing for phishing attacks, depending on how the application uses it. So we just have a bit of time left. We can take a look at one primitive in the Hibernate library. So the Hibernate library has this email annotation that developers can use to validate email addresses. Unfortunately for us, the default regex use does not really approve of encoded strings. So it also allows custom regex to be supplied by developers that wants to take matters into their own hands. And the default regex is pretty intense, and it performs validation in two parts. So they basically split into before and after the @symbol. I played around with the regex to see what kind of strings could pass validation. I've managed to find one simple instance. So the email string right here will pass the validation checks. So we simply wrap the bad characters in quotes before the @symbol, and this will pass the default regex check. And its usefulness will depend on how application passes this email string. For example, if it does a naive split by the @symbol and uses index 1 as to identify the domain, then it may lead to some issues. All right, so that concludes the sharing we have today. To recap, we have seen a few primitives from Jakarta Mail Library as well as in Spring Framework. And the main takeaway I hope everyone have is that we should always take a close look into the libraries that we come across, especially if they have the potential to have interesting behaviors like we have seen. With that, we have come to the end of this sharing. Thank you for your kind attention throughout, and I hope you found it informative. If you have any questions, please feel free to approach me after or now. Thank you.
Any questions for Gia? No? Okay. Cool. Thanks, Gia.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
We'll hand that off to you. So
Cool, all right, we've got a afternoon break now, so half an hour to stretch your legs, rehydrate, do the thing. So this one plugs into about, stick it on just for the live stream. And we're using that one for the broadcast to the room.
For the room, can I use a wireless?
Probably, as long as the audio works okay. Dolls.
Just because I'm going to be typing quite a bit.
Can we swap to a radio mic?
Oh yeah, of course.
Quite a bit. Yeah, this should just work as an on. They won't feedback, will they, on each other? Yeah, should be fine. Let me just clip this one on this side. Easy.
Awesome. Do I need to test? Oh, I can hear me.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I was already getting audio from that. Good luck. I hope that the LLM's through your
Oh, mate, this live demo is going to be very, very YOLO. It's not going to be deterministic.
I wish it's deterministic. You are all live now. So.
Magic. Cool.
Busy. Cool beans.
Yeah. Do you need to...
I'll do it. Cool. All right, grab your seats. We'll finish up with the last talker today. So I will hand over to Christian talking about threat modeling as code. Thanks, mate.
Awesome. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. I know it's the very last session of the day, and I'm the last, I guess, speech before drinks, hopefully happening down at Steve's, I believe, unofficially. This afternoon, I get to talk to you about a topic that I'm super, super passionate about. Plus, I'm going to really try and demo some stuff, but I'm demoing it using our favorite buzzword, LLMs. So it's going to be very, I've done this demo like 10 times and 30% hit rate, it's gone way off the rails. So I guess we'll see how this goes. I also have to apologize that after working on these slides for so many days, in my mind, it started to sound like I was just saying threat yodeling, which I think actually works because a lot of the time when people are performing threat modeling, it honestly feels like we're just shouting off the top of the mountain. Anyway, today's presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about threat modeling, and I need my spectacles now because I'm getting old. A little bit about threat modeling. I'm going to talk and demo quite a bit on this open source project that I've been working on for the last few years, particularly how to leverage CI/CD to automate workflows and business logic checks for your threat assessments and threat models, and then have a look at how artificial intelligence may help, or your favorite non-deterministic postmodern Markov chain ebook machine generation system. It's pretty random, but also kind of fun. I did actually ask an AI to figure out a backronym for what I was trying to say when I was talking about AI, and it came up with this, which I thought was quite funny. And like, don't get me wrong, like, I think there's a lot of really cool use cases. Obviously, the greenhouse gas emissions side of things is not fantastic. Just as a reminder, make sure that you validate the output from your AI slaves. My name is Christian Freeshaw. I've been doing security for a long time. Last 10 years I've been focusing and been really fortunate to work in kind of like big tech companies, both in San Francisco and also remote from here in Perth. Now I would say my time working for HashiCorp and my time at Atlassian, I currently work at Atlassian, certainly started to have a pretty profound impact on my approach and my philosophy to threat modeling, particularly when you want to collaborate with software engineers. So hands up if you work as a software engineer. A couple of hands. Hands up if you work with software engineers. All right? A lot of hands. Okay, awesome. I definitely am a wannabe software engineer. I don't get to get my hands on the keyboards as much as I possibly can. I guess my next question I'm going to ask is like, who here performs like threat modeling? Okay, cool, good. What about people that think you might be doing threat modeling in the future, or it's a capability that you want to try and expand and grow and develop in your place of work? Okay, awesome. So, personally, I do come from this school of thought. Practical threat assessment can be a really, really valuable and effective way to help address and manage technical risk to help deliver more secure products that your customers can trust. Now, when we think about how threat modeling and threat assessment typically gets executed at enterprise organizations, it might follow something that looks a little bit like this. You've got some product manager and they go, we need to build a widget. They'll start planning the widget, they'll get a project manager, they might spin up a whole bunch of project logistics. Maybe there's some integration points with the security team, like maybe the security team goes, oh, you've got a new project, so you have to come and talk to us. And then the security folks kind of get hooked in and then they start gathering information and they start writing a bunch of documents and people create diagrams and data flow diagrams and there's lots more documentation and then they go, okay, cool. We need to now do a whole bunch of threat modeling workshops. And then there's just like workshops and you're sitting down and you're doing whiteboarding and it's all awesome. And then maybe like the security team has some gating processes like, cool, this feature has been developed. We've done threat assessment. You've done some pen testing and all this other things. And you can finally release it. Now, what's the problem with this? Well, one of them is that it's really boring. Like this is just like, it doesn't sound very fun to me. And you know what software engineers would actually rather be doing? Programming. And like when we think about what we get from this exercise, you really have to question the value of the time invested. Now, if you're doing this well, you should be driving positive change. So the project comes in as an input into your black box of threat assessments, and then the output is the project team agree that there's things that they need to change. They go, you know what, that is a problem. We're going to have to tighten authentication or whatever. And you know, I guess typically the other kind of aspect that's really important is documentation, because quite often systems are never built once, they're probably expanded. People might change, there might be extensions on systems and you have to kind of like, you know, we built this big widget, but now we want to add AI to the widget. So now you've got security coming in to come and do like a threat assessment of those changes. So really good documentation can also really help for future threat yodelers. But a lot of the time it's kind of like, it's done. Like this is, the process is done, we move on to the next one. So like what's the problem here? I think if we take the lessons that we have seen maybe over the last 20 years in the kind of DevOps and agility space, we've seen this like massive industry push for like, we deploy code to production 1 million times a day and we're moving really, really fast. And a lot of threat modeling and threat assessment typically is still based on, I guess, like manual assessments, potentially documenting things in Confluence pages or in Word documents. Obviously, some companies use like threat modeling, threat assessment tools to help this along, but we're kind of like missing a lot of these optimizations. And one of the things that I really enjoyed about working at HashiCorp is that HashiCorp was all about the source of truth in their organization, and their source of truth was code. Everything was as code. And they basically were like, I guess, culturally moving to this point where everything should be like documented in code. Policies, standards, security vulnerabilities, threat assessments, obviously the products that they sell, strategies. And if it's not committed into a repository, then effectively it's kind of deemed as sort of nebulous. So let's bring like DevOps productivity into security. I'm sure someone else said this, but I have also said this. Let's kind of think about infrastructure as code and the approach that infrastructure as code is kind of had on the industry, and let's bring it to threat modeling. And that's where ThreatCL came in. I did the first iteration of this while I was working at HashiCorp. Obviously everything at HashiCorp is as code, and I was like, our threat models should be as code. Hands up if you have used Terraform. Yeah, okay, cool. So Terraform is a popular infrastructure as code product from HashiCorp. I really liked the syntax of Terraform HCL files. If you've ever worked with HCL or HashiCorp configuration language, ThreatCL is built around HCL. You can document your threat models in JSON as well, and the utilities will process them as well, but HCL unlocks a bunch of really interesting kind of capabilities just because of the nature of how the specification is built. So it's Git friendly and it's great for CI/CD. and I'm just going to jump into a terminal. But before that, I actually saw a meme the other day, and I actually thought, for those that work in Terraform, I thought this was quite funny. Because I have definitely been there. Like, I feel like I've done Terraform apply and then everything broke. I feel like this was me, except I would never be able to lift whatever that skeleton is lifting. Not on a good day. Anyway, so I am going to jump into a terminal. And for those that are comfortable with working, I guess, in HCL, ThreatCL gives you the ability to drop into your editor. And we're just going to threat model a recruiting app. So this is just a really simple example of what the specification looks like. This is not exhaustive, but we can start working on this. Let's say we're building a recruiting app, and it's an app for recruiting whatever people. Maybe we've got use cases like recruiters can list jobs. What's another use case? Someone give me one. What would be another use case in a recruiting app? Yeah. Short listing jobs. I mean, that's okay. You guys are missing the point, but that's okay. How about candidates apply for jobs? That seems quite important. Now, threats is obviously where the power of threat modeling comes in. So you document all the potential bad things that could go wrong, and you can put impacts there, and you can figure out controls. So maybe something like an attacker DDoSes the app, and that would impact integrity. Thank you. Availability. See, this is why I'm doing pair programming on like absolute hard mode. And ThreatCL basically gives you a bunch of utilities, so you can now validate this, right? Okay, cool. So according to the specification, this threat model, and this is a very light example, has been validated. The CLI tooling allows you to view it, which is also not necessarily super exciting, but it kind of gives you this markdown representation of this. Now, for those that don't even want to look at HCL, the specification, you can also generate this interactively. And at this point, you get like a friendly Q&A. So it's like, we'll do this again. Recruiting app, I'll skip all these optionals. Christian, it's a new initiative. It does face the internet. Let's say that the size is medium. We've got information assets. Job, listings. This is all the jobs. It's public. We'll add another information asset. Job, applications, applicants apply, and that's probably confidential. Use cases, recruiters list jobs. Jobs, I won't add any more. I won't add an exclusion. Attackers flood and DOS the system, and that's availability. And then I'll go no. And then again, it basically kind of spits out like a threat model, like a fully populated HCL representation of a threat assessment. And this is just a simple example. Obviously, you can add multiple threats. You can add a lot of controls and other bits and pieces. Now, so far, the things that I've shown you, as far as output goes, are not super exciting. So like Markdown output is maybe useful if you're publishing these things into GitHub. GitHub's kind of cool because it can natively render Markdown, so you get like a pretty version of that. But what you actually want to start doing is like building dashboards and doing all sorts of other things. And the tool allows you to do that as well, including generating DFDs. So you can do things like export Markdown. So this will give you a raw Markdown version of the same threat assessment. And then for more advanced functionality, you can start using the dashboard command. Now the dashboard command obviously has a lot more options because it allows you to set kind of the extension types, whether or not you want a dashboard file. You can provide custom templates. So obviously, Atlassian has a particular format for threat assessments. A different company will have a different format. But this will generate like a real simple HCL HTML example of a dashboard. And obviously, if you threw in multiple HCL files, it'll actually generate them for all of the threat assessments. So this is just showing for one. And then this is just like a real simple, like, I mean, I am obviously not a front-end developer, so this is a completely vanilla HTML, but the fact that I created HTML is quite good, I would say. Actually, as a full disclaimer, most of this was written before vibe coding was a thing. If you go back through the commit history, anything over the last 6 months, that is absolutely not true anymore. So I've kind of demonstrated like some of the real simple things. You can define a threat model in this file, and you can kind of interact with it and dynamically process it. Now, as soon as you start doing this, you can kind of shift your paradigm for how you manage threat models. All of a sudden now you can start managing them like code. So that means maybe you have software repositories for your widget product, you can put a threat model in there. And you can put some workflows to automatically process, validate, and publish that. So the widget changes, you update your threat model, the CI/CD picks it up, it republishes your threat assessment. Potentially you can centralize all your threat models into a single repo, which is also potentially useful. You've got a single repo where you've got all your threat models. You can obviously commit to them and you get all the benefits of Git. So you get the version history and you can kind of Git blame and find who messed up on something in the past. Plus you can automatically generate and publish documentation. GitHub Actions, hands up if you've used GitHub Actions before. Okay, cool. So GitHub Actions is GitHub's CI/CD solution. This is just a really simple example of creating a dashboard and exporting it. ThreatCL has native GitHub action magic, so you can just use ThreatCL, and then this one will validate all your HCL files. It will then build a dashboard file, and then in this instance, it will actually recommit the dashboard and all your changes back into the repository itself, which is a little bit kind of quirky, but kind of fun. You think about it, you've got a repo with all your threat models, someone updates one of your HCL files, this thing will publish updates and then recommit it back on top of itself. And what you get when that successfully runs, let's see if I can click over to it, is this. So this is an example that was dynamically generated. And if you click on one of these threat models, this was a threat model that actually had a data flow diagram defined inside of it. And when you publish your dashboard, it renders the PNG of the data flow diagram as well. So you can kind of see there's diagrams and there's some threat model stuff. All right. Okay. So code files for threat models, workflows inside of your CI/CD, but we haven't really touched on like why HCL. And one of the things I really liked about Terraform is its modularization. Like you can include things from other places into your Terraform files, define really, really expansive modules elsewhere, and then kind of import them, and then it kind of influences your build and your environments and stuff. ThreatCL has exactly the same functionality. So you can define central control libraries, and I've got a couple for like the AWS security checklist and a couple of other things. And then you can define a threat model for the product that you're building, and you don't have to retype anything or recreate anything. You can import that information from a central library, which itself you can also then version control. So over time, you can obviously adjust to those controls. Maybe the effectiveness of the controls change over time and things like that. Baselining is also really great. Like the widget that I was talking about before. Maybe you've got a threat model for the widget and the company wants to build a new product on top. You can now build a threat model for that, refer to the threat model from here, which sets a new baseline threat model, and then just kind of add the bits that are different and then publish that as a final result. So this kind of modularization I think is quite powerful, and I'm going to try and figure out how to do this live. So I'm going to get rid of just some of these weird placeholder things, and I'm going to refer to an example on the internet. So up here on this Git repo, I've got an example of like an authentication control defined in a Git repo, like up on the internet. And what I want to do is, I want to first of all import that. So we can add an import into GitHub, ThreatCL, threatcl to a particular file. The format's a bit funny with the pipe. Library, expanded, controls. I'm just going to try and validate that to make sure it still works. Cool. So now I've imported this, I want to pull in that authentication control into this threat. So maybe there's a new threat, something like attackers can impersonate a candidate. And I want to import a control, that authentication control. So you define a new import, it's an expanded control, and it was called authentication control, like that. And if I validate it, and then if I view it, you should see it's now added a threat, which is attackers can, hang on, scrolling, this is a little funny. Attackers can impersonate a candidate, and then it's dynamically pulled in that centralized control from a separate GitHub repo. Under the hood, this is using another HashiCorp package called GoGetter. So you can actually refer to local files, you can refer to Git repos, you can refer to HTTP assets, and it handles all the other kind of magic underneath quite well. And that really starts to unlock this modularization for your programmatic threat models. Now, doing all this inside of HCL also starts to give you some other really interesting benefits. Hands up here if you've used SemGrep. Not as many hands as more people using Terraform than SemGrep. That's interesting for a room full of security people. SemGrep is a static analysis tool. They have an open source version, like a community edition, plus also like a professional thing. For those people that put their hand up that they use SemGrep, did you know that SemGrep has rules for Terraform files? Have you? Yeah, okay, so SemGrep, they built the engine to be able to grok HCL because they wanted to be able to provide scanning capabilities for your infrastructure as code. Now, this is awesome because you can write business logic rules in SemGrep to validate your threat models. So for instance, maybe you want to throw a warning if someone has documented a threat and they don't have a control. You don't necessarily want to stop it from publishing potentially, but maybe you just want to throw a warning to them. And using SemGrep rules, we can actually start doing these sorts of business logic checks against processed threatcl files. So to do that, I do have to export the file, which may be a little bit weird because it needs to build the final product. And then I can scan that processed file, and you will notice that it's going to throw an error. So in this instance, there was that DOS threat that we had documented, and we had not put a control into there. So we should address that problem, and we can address that problem. So what was it again? Availability. So you can see here there's like no controls for this threat, and we want to add an expanded control block. Maybe it's something like CDN. We use a good CDN or something like that. So if we validate that still works, and then we export it, and then we scan it with SemGrep, we should see that should pass, except we've got two different business rules that we documented, or we configured inside of SemGrep. One was the current control is not implemented, so I forgot to put implemented to true. And the second warning was there's no risk reduction value. So you've kind of documented that there is a control, but you haven't documented that it's reducing the risk appropriately. So let's quickly go fix those things. Let's say that we use a better CDN, and it's implemented equals true, and its risk reduction is at least 40%. So we export that, and then we scan it, and this time it passed. Nothing. So in this instance, that threat model met all the business requirements that we had documented inside of SemGrep. And that's quite a powerful capability. Like, we can kind of define requirements that you want for these threat models and manage them as you do manage code, which is absolutely something that we should be doing. This is all still way too manual, right? Why am I opening up a terminal and futzing around with code? What about all them juicy AIs that people are talking about? So ThreatCL also has an MCP server. Now, when I started working on these slides, I was using Cursor. Do people know what Cursor is? It's like an AI IDE. And then a week or two ago, Atlassian, they launched their new Rovo Dev CLI tool, which is, I'm not too sure if anyone here has used Claude Code. It's kind of like the terminal version of Claude Code, but this is the Atlassian version. Now, under the hood, it uses exactly the same models. So it uses Anthropic models. You can select the new OpenAI models if you want. And I thought, I'm going to run this demo on absolute chaos hard mode. I'm going to try and use the Atlassian Rovo Dev AI product to create a threat model from scratch. And it's probably not going to work, but we'll see how we go. In this folder, I have got a recruiting app that I have vibe coded. It's not super exciting, but what I'm going to do is I am going to start. So ACLI is the Atlassian CLI tool for Atlassian customers out there. Rovo Dev is their interactive Rovo chat thing. I'm going to try and run this to see if it can create a threat model for me. You can see it's using Claude Sonnet 4, and similar to Claude Code, we've got the ability to interact with MCP servers. So you can see down here, in this instance, it's got a ThreatCL local MCP server, which has access to a whole bunch of different tools, like interacting with threat models, validating threat models, and things like that. So I'm going to ask it to review the ThreatCL HCL specification, then analyze what this web application is about, draft a preliminary product security threat model using the specification, write this HCL to a file, then validate it. If there are any bugs, directly edit the file and then revalidate it. And then after it's validated, this last bit never works. But after it's validated, I also want you to generate a DFD. So it said, cool, I help you do the thing. It's already looked at the HCL spec, so it understands what they should look like. It's going to start going through all the content. Oh, I actually had a backup file, so I wonder if it's going to realize that there is an existing threat model file, but that'll be fine. It's going to look at all the code. Now I have a good understanding of the application. Let me create a comprehensive threat model for this recruitment web app. Based on my analysis, this is a client-side web app that manages things. It's going to try and create this file. Come on. If I ran out of tokens, that would be very funny. Because I actually don't know how many tokens I use on this thing. And I'm using I guess I'm using a trial of the Atlassian product. I'm not even using the real thing. It's definitely doing, okay, cool. It successfully created a threat model file. Now let me validate that this threat model file, it successfully validated that it created a threat model file. Excellent, now let me create the data flow diagram. Come on. But the data flow diagrams that it creates sometimes are interesting. So I did save one that it created earlier that I was like, that's actually not terrible, but sometimes it is very not good. Which is, I guess, good for security professionals. I don't think AI is necessarily going to take all of our jobs just yet. Or maybe this will fail, and then it'll go into a loop, and then it'll chew up all my tokens. Oh, it actually did run into a model because it had a typo. I see there's a typo. I wrote thread model. Oh my God. What are you doing? I love this. I don't think, this could actually be an error on my behalf. I don't think it realizes that this tool just needs the file name. I think it might be trying to give it the raw string, which is why it's going to fail. But I'm still crossing my fingers for this little AI, non-deterministic Markov chain ebook generation machine. Oh, no, it created something. Okay, cool. Perfect, I have successfully created this thing. Oh, now it's listing the contents. Okay, cool. Here's a summary of the things I did. Oh God, I analyzed the, yeah, okay, it did. I need a different AI to summarize the output of the AI. Apparently, I only used 37,000 of my session context. And also, obviously, because it's an Atlassian product, do you want me to create you Jira work tickets? Which is really lovely, and it can go and do that, but maybe not today. So let's see what it actually created. So inside of the threat model folder, there is 2 files. If I look at the threat model HCL, it's got security threat model for the UI5, which was an open source thing that I used. It created some additional attributes. It's a single page application. Information assets, candidate personal data, recruitment process data, application source code, HR personal access to the website. There's some exclusions. It documented some of the third-party dependencies, which is quite funny. It's found that there's potentially there's cross-site scripting threats. It's suggesting that we should have input validation and sanitization. Currently, it's not implemented, which is good because I definitely have not implemented any of these things. And then if I keep on going down, so it's obviously documented quite a lot of things. Finally, it's also done this data flow diagram. So the specification allows you to programmatically define a data flow diagram. And we're going to open this file up and just see what it looks like. Oh yeah, this is definitely something. I don't know what is happening in this picture, but this is an example of those times where you really do want to review the output, because I don't know why it looks anything like that.
That's a good CDN.
I mean, yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, I love it. It's working as intended, right? Like, oh my God. It's exactly, yeah, that's true. It is just going to blindly follow my instructions. So anyway, that's the end of what I was going to demo. That it actually got further than it has in some of the dry runs, so yay. Anyway, I guess the takeaways for me are, depending on your scale of organization, how often you do these sorts of assessments, and also if you work in kind of like software product style companies, these sorts of approaches absolutely are things that you should be investigated. Now, ThreatCL is quite a big hammer for a lot of use cases. Even just like starting with templated markdown files in your repositories, like it's a really good start, and it costs you absolutely nothing. But as soon as you start automating your business logic checks inside of CI/CD and generating kind of computer readable output, I think you start to unlock a lot of really powerful features. In particular, because I think we're seeing this big phase change where a lot of enterprise knowledge management tools are all about like search indexing and being able to go like, hey, the company's building this new product and it looks a little bit like this other product. Have we ever done a security assessment of that thing? And this obviously helps along that journey. Maybe LLMs can help. I don't know if this was necessarily a good sales pitch for that or not. And obviously don't forget to verify their outputs. Thank you very much. That's all I had. Questions? Yes?
So based on what you've shown us, it looks like whether or not the control is implemented or valid at any point in time still seems not necessarily linked to what might be changing in the code.
Exactly.
Have you seen or played around with if we take an example of you have a risk that data might not get redacted where it's supposed to be, and in control we implemented a redaction functionality.
Ooh.
Perhaps using like an LLM on commits to look at what's changing in the code, read the threat model and go, hey, they forgot to input the redaction thing.
Brilliant. That's people should be doing that. Like, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, blindly committing things from the AI overlords is obviously something that a lot of software companies are dealing with right now. We're definitely seeing a big push for like, well, can we get to the point where the reviews are automated and like, but I mean, that's a really good example. Like, you could definitely, in theory, build up non-deterministic style things to go. In particular, if you can already hook in agents into your PR workflows or your reviews, you could literally go, does this change influence or anything inside of this threat model file? And because obviously knowing how to read the spec is quite simplistic for a text machine, I mean, that's awesome. It literally could be, cool, yeah, you know what, this does. We think this change that you've implemented for authorization controls adds a couple of controls, or it potentially bumps the risk reduction targets up or whatever. No, it's a great idea, and I'm absolutely going to take that to work. Any other questions? Yes?
Are you feeding the LLM like knowledge of Stride or ASVS or like giving it that background information?
No, and that's, yeah, good point. It definitely has it in there, because I think the new, Claude Sonnet or whatever it is a pretty up-to-date model, and they certainly would have slurped up all the open source OWASP material. So they would have some of that, but you're right, none of that was pre-prompted. And you could certainly make that smarter by adding more layers of knowledge in the front. We're doing a lot of exploration right now for auto code review things, but we're feeding it knowledge of our secure coding guidelines. So it's not just about a software developer getting an automatic peer review that says, this is how the industry addresses cross-site scripting. It's about understanding how we actually do it using the platforms and frameworks inside of our organization. So that could definitely be better with targeted stuff.
And you're relying on the developer to go and update the HCL so they put a control in place. But have you had anybody driving it from a Jira ticket to update to the HCL?
No.
Because developers love to close the tickets off
Yeah.
the ticket, right? They'd rather do that sometimes than update HCL code.
Yeah, I guess the next future panacea step would be automation that can look at a Jira ticket and has a relationship with your Git repo, and it can action the Jira ticket is update the threat model, here's the repo, and then an agent picks it up and does it. So in theory, we're seeing orchestration things that can help achieve that, but I haven't seen anything like that. HCL files, like it's working at HashiCorp and seeing how they work. So the HashiCorp cloud platform is obviously built entirely on Terraform and their own container orchestration system and stuff like that. I'd never seen HCL like they had written inside their own company. And that certainly for me was a big, like, working at places that used a lot of Terraform, seeing the massive differences between how people did it. This falls a little bit into that. Like, I kind of feel like if your comfort level with HCL is light, you can probably keep them simple. If it's much more complicated, using modular control libraries and stuff like that could be something to explore. Yes?
Is this something that Atlassian is already kind of doing? Like, rolling is code, are you trying to push them to?
Yeah, we're definitely trying to push this way. It's complicated. Our scale is big. We do a lot of threat assessments and we have a lot of orchestration around how we do those things. We're building right now a lot of automated systems and stuff like that, and I'm building a lot of agentic things internally for our own stuff. But yeah, definitely like the internal Atlassian system of work is pretty, like they do have a strong bias towards if the document, like HashiCorp was all about if it's not documented in a Git repo, then it doesn't exist. Atlassian is like if it's not on a Confluence page. So the source of truth is basically Jira tickets and Confluence pages. I do have some stuff that I worked on this where it can generate Atlassian document formatted outputs, so you can export it into like ADF, and then you can get different utilities to then use that to update Confluence pages. So your orchestration literally could be, you manage your threat model in your source code repository, the workflow then updates a Confluence page. But it's pretty hacky, like it's not at scale. Any other questions? Oh, yes, right up the back.
Is there a language server or plugins for that understand GraphCL? So for example, if I want to open up a minute that's in the IDE, I get syntax highlighting.
Yeah, so I installed the Terraform one, and it kind of does some of the highlighting, but it doesn't, there's no LSP for the syntax of the specification. So you can make it look a little prettier, but it definitely won't go, hang on, you just typed, you know, in your data flow diagram, you've put a process, but you've typoed process. Like there's nothing like that. But that's a really good idea. Hope maybe that's not too difficult. If you are bored, please go to the GitHub site and feel free to have a look. And if you want to commit it yourself, that'd be magic. Awesome. Thank you all so much. I guess handing over to you folks.
The prestigious
BSides
Challenge Coin. Thank you very much. Yes. What have we got a couple of Thank you very much, Christy, for the last talk. That wraps up today. A little bit of a later start tomorrow because most of you don't need to register. So what time? 9 o'clock.
First talk.
9:45 first talk. Coffee will be here tomorrow, so come and get caffeinated. The softies drink fridge will be repopulated, so that's all good. There is a bit of a rumour that Steve's bar afterwards this evening is good for a few cold ones, so if you want to head over there, please do so. Somebody will have some money somewhere. Can't guarantee it will be us, but go nuts, have some drinks. Later start tomorrow, so have a couple more drinks, that'll be good. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. Your 9:30 tomorrow. Thanks, Doc. Yeah, we'll send it out. Yeah, aside from that, all good. Thanks, everyone, for your participation, for your commitment, kind of coming along and doing these things. Kind of makes us want to do more of them. So enjoy your evening, have fun. We'll see you all tomorrow. Get your CTF points in. I'll take a look at the scoreboard tonight and see you in the morning. Cheers all. Walk it, but it's a really short ride.
Will you guys be joining?